Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 3. We are down our dear friend Seth tonight due to some unexpected last-minute sickness, so the rest of us are here. And previously on Spirit and Salt, you guys had met with Olga Sinclair, the CEO of Sinclair Media, to receive gratitude for your hasty and heroic action in the wake of the terrible disaster that took place at the Sinclair Cup. And she offered you gratitude and offered you some money, but also revealed that, in truth, she wanted to speak to you because she had some potential work for you. Specifically, she wanted to hire you to kill the leader of a local gang called the Rat Kings, a smuggling gang that deals in moving things through the physical underground of Daybreak City, the subway stations, the sewers, and things like that. Specifically, her angle was that the Rat Kings were planning an attack on an upcoming event at the Gilded Parlor, a casino in Glimmerwick. And she wanted you guys to basically attend this event, let the attack begin to happen so that it did not appear that you guys had instigated all of this, and then in response to this attack, kill Rami Asher, who's supposed to be in attendance. There was some discussion amongst you all over whether this was a good idea, mixed feelings about her potential motivations and why she was doing all this. But ultimately, you guys agreed to take on the job with some assurances from your Daybreak City locals that these people are bad news and probably deserve to be eliminated one way or another anyway. Received 100 marks each in advance to take on this job with the promise of 200 more marks after it's done. And then after departing, Olga Sinclair set your way over to a speakeasy to kind of decompress from the day and get to know each other a little bit, did some chit-chat. And then while you were at the speakeasy, you were overheard talking about the Rat Kings by a couple, Jack and Ravenna, a Shisk and a half-elf, who said that their daughter has been abducted by the Rat Kings and that they have this ransom note with an exorbitant amount of money that they certainly cannot pay, and are basically just blindly hoping that you guys can help them because they have no other recourse. You guys agreed to help them, debated for a while the best way to do so, tried to just find your way manually, the old-fashioned way, into the Rat Kings' underground headquarters, which you know to be somewhere in Matinac, but that's, a needle in a haystack. And being unable to find it yourselves, decided to go through with this job for Olga, let the Rat Kings come attack the Gilded Parlor and fight them there, and then hopefully incapacitate and interrogate one of the Rat Kings about the location of their headquarters so you can then go ahead and also rescue this abducted child. With those plans made, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, so you guys headed your respective ways to your places of rest and sleep. And we had kind of moved on to the next morning for you guys to receive the newspaper and see how these events of the Sinclair Cup were portrayed, but I think we're going to go back because Drake wanted to do something the night before. Before we jump into that, inspirations. I love a pun. It's one for Sochi for spaghetti about it, and one for Feck for the great vinyl.
Are these transferable?
Yes.
I already have one.
You can give it to whoever you wish.
I don't need a ball. I still have one from.
Understood. How honest it is.
May I have it?
Can I pocket it and decide later?
No, you gotta give it right now. That's my official ruling.
What if I promise to decide only based on them doing cool stuff and not as mechanically advantageous?
This is a one-time allowance.
Understood. Please me, entertain me.
Please me and entertain me, and I will give you the inspiration. With that, Drake, I think you maybe wanted to do something the night before leaving the speakeasy. Is that accurate?
Yeah, basically Ghost will just mention to everybody as we're kind of gathering and ready to kind of split up. Since we're all kind of in this together, perhaps we should all exchange addresses or some place to meet prior to the engagement?
That seems like a wise idea.
Sounds good.
I'll be staying with the Pendletons for a couple of days. It'll be a temporary address, but yeah.
I'll be staying with Mr. Patches.
My apartment is in Glimmerwick. We could just meet there, I suppose.
Wonderful. Actually, Miss Cadence, I was wondering if perhaps in the afternoon you would accompany me to the labs. I'm in dreadful need of some new clothes for this event.
Certainly. I've got some work to do in the morning, but if you wanted to meet at my place early afternoon, I can go with you to the Lamps.
Wonderful. I appreciate it.
Outstanding. I
What
assume
time?
Marisco and Boss also pass on just the hotel that you're staying at for,
Oh,
for
yeah.
the moment.
I'm not sure exactly where you're even staying at. Like,
Yeah, it would be somewhere in West Willows.
Okay.
So yeah, you can give the location of a hotel. I don't even have a name for it in mind. But
What time?
How long will it take to get to the gala from your apartments?
you're pretty close, Cadence. So a little bit of context here. Your apartment, Cadence, is in Glimmerwick, which is up in the sort of northwest corner of town. The Gilded Parlor, likewise is in Glimmerwick. So you're within a 20-minute walk of the Gilded Parlor at the most. You're the closest one to it. Everyone else lives a little further away, so I don't know if you guys want to meet at Cadence's
Makes
place.
sense.
One way or another, you guys make arrangements to meet somewhere before heading to the Gilded Parlor. The event is at 6 p.m. is the start time at the Gilded Parlor. And Cadence, go ahead, you got a hand raised.
Okay, I sitcomed myself and I have 2 dates to the same event. Am I expected to show up with them or am I expected to show up with Solomon? Did he care?
You're not really expected to show up necessarily with anybody,
Okay.
just to be there for the party.
Okay,
It doesn't
cool.
really matter who you literally arrive with.
Okay, cool.
In fact, if anything, Olga kind of doesn't necessarily want it to look like you came with her necessarily.
Right, I meant
Um,
since the symphony was doing this anyway and Solomon was
right.
planning on being
I'd
there.
say, like, Solomon's probably expecting you to accompany him, but,
Okay.
like, it's not, if you told him I'll just meet you there, he's not going to
Okay,
care.
cool.
Yeah.
He's one of those cool CEOs.
He's one of those cool bosses.
A family here.
Really laissez-faire.
Yeah, so with that, you guys make arrangements to meet up tomorrow for various things and then head home and, as described last session, get a much-needed night of sleep that starts at about, 3 a.m. So I assume most of you sleep till well after the sun has risen until at least, 9 a.m. or so you can get a full rest in. You're probably all asleep before dawn, but at dawn, as happens every morning in this world, there's sort of like a greenish psychedelic overlay to your visuals that happens, to everything and everyone as the zenith happens for the morning, as the world's kind of flooded with ether and with magic and with restorative power. And eventually you guys awaken with various errands on track for your days, in particular about wanting to do their errands first. Who has them? Go ahead, Marvel.
I can start. Probably spend the breakfast working on some blueprints for some items to make, alterations to my armor. Speaking of which, quick question before I lock this in. When they went into the sewer system, roughly how much room was there down there?
You mean how tall is it, or?
Yes, pretty much. Should I? Is it going to be squeezing?
No. They're big, open sort of tunnels for most of it. There's going to be parts potentially where they're squeezing. There's maintenance hatches and stuff like that. And the entrance to the sewers that you guys found anyway was like a manhole, but there's also other entrances to the sewers too. It's pretty vast and sprawling sort of network. So it varies, but you're certainly not going to be squeezing the whole time you're down there by any means.
Cool. All right, so I'll probably finish up breakfast and be like, all right, I'm going to head over to Sergei's.
Wonderful. Is this an invitation to come? I'm not. I want to insist on it if that's not what you're doing.
If you want, I'm just going to get some work done.
Yes. I think I will. Is it okay if we swing by the post office first?
Yeah.
Cool. Then I'll join you.
So as described last time, but we'll flesh it out a little bit here now. Top and Yo-Yo are sitting at the table in their striped PJs and they're pajama hats that sit over the back of their heads. And each of them has a copy of the Daybreak Herald, the morning newspaper, which on the front page is a story about the 2 deaths and 12 injuries of the Sinclair Cup, and then on about the 12th page, deep in the back, is you guys' picture and the story about your sort of heroic deeds that day, which I think you've clipped.
I was going to say, if I can, I'll clip that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We got 2 copies. We don't really need them both.
Appreciate it.
Yo-Yo's like, hey, we got to keep one of them though, because this is marketable. This was, I mean, he's not in the picture or anything, but accessible editions had a party on hand. We could make money off this, Marvel. Oh, sorry. Maybe that's insensitive.
I just kind of roll my eyes and I'll like slide over the item I'm working on because obviously they
We're
have
gonna
to
say
add
the
their
whole thing.
aesthetic touch to it.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to.
Tell me about this item. What is your like schematic? What's your idea?
It looks like a mask that goes over a face, like a clear like a medical mask that has like a tank on it, and inside the tank is a mixture of like gas and salt.
Cool.
Graphite salt.
Yeah. They look over this drawing.
Oh, and also there's a little. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. It's the one that Cyber drew. There's my symbol is like a crystal with a cat kind of hanging on it.
Nice. Yeah. Top looks at it and says, "Yeah, this looks pretty cool. I do think maybe you should like print accessible inventions like real big along the side of it, like on the tank maybe. But other than that, I mean, we can take it to print stuff. That's how we can do it.
I'll just kind of like point at like that or like the logo, like
No, yeah, I see the logo. I just mean like big. You know, we gotta get the name on there big. You know, we don't want to be confused. You gotta understand, Mom. We ain't a racing outfit anymore. This is our sole source of income.
I just roll eyes. Okay.
This apartment doesn't pay for itself.
Snatches the paper bag and just like.
But it's good. It's good. It's good for Bull. But it's a good idea. Do you want us to come with you? You want some company or anything, or
A ride?
a ride that we can do?
Can I drive?
I don't know how fast you're gonna drive.
Reasonable.
Reasonable. I don't know. You believe that, Yo-Yo? I'm not sure I do, but I'm kind of on board for the non-reasonable speed anyway. Let's go. And they go to get dressed, and eventually, you guys are led out to their immaculate, shiny, pearl white horseless carriage, Walker HC, with gold trim, and you sit behind the wheel and drive away to
I have
Sergey's.
to really pull the seat up a lot.
Yeah, appreciably shorter than Top, who usually is the one driving. And you guys drive your way over towards Sergey's workshop. Eventually head inside. You know Sergey to be an early riser, so there's no concern about waking him up.
Are we on like? So our relationship? Are we on like? I still have to knock, or am I able to just like?
Nah,
walk
you
in?
can just kind of let yourself in. You probably have a key to the place, honestly.
I'll just like come on in then.
Yeah, you let yourself in. Sergey's in there working. He says, "Yeah, good morning. Welcome.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, you brought the whole family.
Yeah, and Bones.
Hey, and von Stapel.
Good to see you again. Sorry to intrude like this.
No, there's not intrude. It's good to have company in the morning. Coffee?
Please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, he heads over to a like percolating coffee pot that he's made himself. That's over there, kind of bubbling, keeping the coffee at just the right temperature for him. Brings over cups of coffee that, as you are handed this cup of coffee, Top and Yo-Yo both like open their eyes really wide. They're like, "Be careful with that. He makes it strong."
You made that yourself?
Yes, it's a family recipe.
No, there's two, but the machine, the percolator.
Oh, yes. It's no major thing, but in truth, it is were not for this, nothing else happens. Yeah.
No, I understand. Thank you. I'll try it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll also
it's-
I'll take a cup too.
Yeah. It's like if you filled a whole coffee mug with espresso, essentially.
Oh, to my own heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just really dark coffee, really concentrated.
I take a sip. My fur just is on end.
Right, absolutely.
My goodness, I think I suddenly understand why all your work is so brilliant.
As I said, it is the secret ingredient.
Yeah. Caffeine, I think, is the proof that the gods are still with us.
Hey, what brings you my shop this morning?
These, and I'll like show him the item I want to make, and then also just the alterations to the suit, which we'll reveal when combat happens. But
Like
it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, you show him some new alterations that you made. Just for the record, do you like get the suit out and show it, or are you like showing him schematics or drawings?
I show him
or
the
something?
schematic first, but like the idea is so every rest I can change which armor I have. I'm going to change to a different one. Flavor wise, I'm just going to have him help me do the alterations to it first, since I've never used this one before.
Oh shit! Yep, absolutely. And just like for the sake of our audience here, because you've only described the suit once and it's like pretty brief in that very first combat. You don't have to describe whatever alterations you make to it. But what is getting your suit out look like, and like what does your suit kind of approximately look like in the form
Yeah. So I have a handy haversack, which I carry on my back, and I keep my suit inside of it. I kind of just... When I activate it, I still have like my engine on my back belt. I kind of activate it, and it will like start to thrum, and then the pieces of the suit will just start to kind of fly out and attach to me.
Hell yeah.
It sometimes doesn't work very well. Sometimes they like it's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
But mechanically, I can don it as an action.
Yeah.
It's very brass. The front of it, the front chest piece, looks like it has like the front, like what are those things called on trains? Like the cow pusher or whatever it's called.
The plow.
It's the plow. It looks like it has like a little plow in the chest. The head looks like an industrial light bulb, just a long elongated glass dome with some braces on it. It's pretty compact for anyone who's probably ever seen any robotic armor. Most of them are like large or huge.
Yeah, so probably outside of maybe Bones, most people would have never seen such a thing anyway. But yes, for those few in the know, to the extent that sort of like robotic armor or like quote unquote mech suits are a thing in this world, they're enormous. It's basically like a person sitting inside of a very large construct that's almost more like a vehicle than a suit of armor, which is very much fits like a suit of armor. It's these little parts swirl out of your haversack and kind of spin around you for a second, each sort of finding their place to cling onto you.
Yeah, and then you can see through the head piece, so you can see his whole head in there. It kind of looks more like a little diver suit helmet, but as I said, kind of elongated and all glass. Probably some type of tempered glass.
Yeah.
So I'll probably have to get it out, and it probably just instantly starts sticking to me, and then I have to try taking it off.
That is remarkable. I didn't get a close look. There must be more magic than machine in that.
It's a bit of column A, bit of column B. The magic, arcana tech is the thin line anyway.
That's true. You did this? You helped with this?
We did together. We worked together. I made a suit, but I could not make work. He made work.
The power source is you?
Hmm?
That's incredible.
It's a work in progress.
That's an astonishing work in progress. You don't mind if I look at it?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. It's unstable.
Oh, I understand. Yes. No, I understood.
It is probably for own safety. It is, frankly, maybe Miracle has survived using it as many times as he has.
Yeah, it cost me my car.
Yeah. Hopefully it's worth it.
But I won.
True, you did. You get to go out on a high note.
Top goes heavy, yeah. 6 to the shovel. If you ain't winning, what are you playing for? And Sergey goes, and this then, and he looks at your schematic for this mask sort of device, and looks over it, very interested.
He said, yeah, this is a good idea. We could make it together if you wish.
Yeah, I'm having problems in here, and he'll point to a part.
Yeah. And you and Sergey spend the next 4 hours sort of working together on crafting this device. Go ahead and give me...
I'm level 3 now.
Oh, yeah, sorry, just 1 hour. Thank you for the correction. So you guys spend 1 hour working on taking this device. Sergey's sort of digging through back rooms and shelves and closets and bringing out parts, and you providing the stuff that you've brought, and tools, and sort of tinkering all together. And you can go ahead and give me your Artificer's Tool check.
Yeah, do you have the list pulled up? I can pull it up real quick. I think it's in our chat.
26 plus is what you need to get the best result. To do it.
Yeah.
No, you should best result by yourself without Sergey's help. He's also going to be helping. So.
Okay. Does my Arcanotech lore affect this or not?
So we are not applying lore to your crafting checks.
Okay, so it's just a +7.
It's just an Artificer's Tools check. Yep.
Natural 1. Does he give me advantage, or
he basically is making his own check as well? That said, do you have Artificer's Tools proficiency?
Oh, I have so many tools. I have machines? Is that artificer's tools now?
No, but I would say machinist is applicable here. If you want to help the two of them, you could basically give them both a help action.
Yeah, I mean, I have machines, both types of vehicles and guns.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, this falls into machinist. So yes, Bones can give you advantage and then also give Sergei advantage. Ooh, that's way better for Sergei too.
Same, it's a 21.
Nice, and Sergei got a 25. So between the two of you, and with some Bones' help as well, you guys work together for about an hour, and by the time you're finished tinkering this thing together and installing some of your ether salt into it, and putting it all together, you have advice that essentially lets you just cast Spare the Dying at will. There's your handout.
Perfect. And that was
Call it a defibrillator. It's not what it actually
yeah,
is.
I figured that like defibrillators are not. I figured it's mechanically just going to have them inhale charged ether salt, which is just going to kind of like.
Yep. Your device essentially takes ether salt, and again, I don't want to. I need to underscore the significance of that fact. Nobody really uses ether salt in Arcanotech. You are kind of on your own in that field, but you have learned to do so with remarkable efficiency. And yeah, you're basically converting the ether salt into necromancy magic that does just a little bit of a minor heal. And
it's not attunement, and it's so it's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, with that, you guys finish sort of your morning, drinking coffee and crafting together.
Converting ether salt directly into magic.
Yeah,
No crystals, no transmission.
It still has a crystal.
Yeah, so it's like refined ether salt.
Yep. Essentially, what you have on hand is refined ether salt, and you have inscribed your crystal, your conversion crystal for this tool, with sigiltree and such that converts ether into necromancy magic. Which converting ether into magic is the underlying fundamental of all Arcanotech. The thing that's special about it is most people that are doing this are converting just like the latent ether kind of in the atmosphere, in the border ethereal plane. Your device is converting ether salt, this physical substance, instead of converting ether. So it's a nuanced distinction, but to those that understand Arcanotech very well, it's not unremarkable.
Why are you racing a car made from junk metal?
I'm poor.
Why are you poor?
Okay, we're not poor.
No, that's what I'm asking. Why are you poor? You can choose at any time to not be poor.
I refuse to take money from the oligarchy.
I'll fix
That's
that.
a terrific answer. This is astonishing. You get this. This could change the world. You understand that, right?
Yeah, that's. He'll like pull out his business card, which just says "accessible inventions," and it's just I forget what my slogan is. Hold on, it's like, shit. Hold on, one moment, please.
Top goes. It's. We certainly see the value that could be squeezed out of this project if we can. The trouble is finding a market, 'cause
Right.
most people just want to get their ether for tapas. They don't want to retrofit all their equipment to deal with ether salt. But if you just take the upfront cost of retrofitting the equipment, then it is worth the price. It's more efficient in the long run.
Yeah, so much more.
And I don't remember it off the top of my head, but you've been with Marble enough to know that like his entire business plan is just to make things extremely cheap so that the layman can have like basic magic items that can just improve life.
You're going to make a lot of big and wealthy enemies.
I know.
One for that giant.
This is phenomenal. I need to think on this, but you have got something here.
Yo. Come here. We got to test this.
All right.
I don't call her Yo-Yo so we can beat the shit out of him so we can
He
test
looks
this
at
later.
it and like, he's like, wait, so test it? What do you mean test it there, Furball? That looks like something that's meant to bring someone back up from when you cold clock him as hard as you can or something.
Yeah.
Top takes a big sip of his coffee. Are you asking me to volunteer to get like shot or something? How serious does this need to be?
I'll like pull out my gauntlets.
Oh, could we not grab a chicken or something like that?
We could grab chicken, but I don't have.
I don't know. I can go fetch a chicken.
Top says, you know what? For the business.
Not for the business.
He takes his hat off and sets it down on the ground. Says, He closes his eyes and lifts his chin up to the side.
Bones is horrified.
You've probably seen Marvel test. He tests all of his inventions before he field tests them. So
On his brothers?
He, with his eyes closed and sort of squinting and gritting, he goes, "This better just be one hit for a ball, just one hit."
I'm going to go ahead and cast Goodberry ahead of time.
Right.
yeah, I guess I'll. Well, is this before or after? I guess it's after I technically changed my suit, so it's actually going to be a D10. I'm going to hit him with it, and
Love it.
I'm gonna do a booming one. Just I don't know how much health he has.
Yeah, sure.
Do I know how much health he has?
You know enough to know that you won't accidentally kill them.
Yeah, I guess the thing is,
Concern is-
would one hit? Can I one hit
Yeah,
him?
you're gonna do
okay.
just fine.
Okay.
Audience
Then I
at
won't
home,
make
this is
it.
how thirsty we are for combat. We're just knocking out our favorite NPCs.
Our own family.
Listen, these guys. Listen. When you get three guys together, they don't always do the smartest things. It is probably a hit for a 22.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
As if it's not resisting,
Yeah.
It's like right on the line. For 7 bludgeoning damage.
Just a textbook sort of uppercut that sends the jaw sort of slow motion. He falls to the ground. Yo-Yo is standing behind him to catch him, so he doesn't like smack his head on the floor or anything.
And I'll walk over with it. I'll put it in my mouth, and he's like, it's just like all of his tools have that effect.
Yeah.
It's his brand. And
Love
just,
it.
You just see the sparkle kind of go in the mask.
Yeah, absolutely. The sparkling sort of glittering green white energy goes out of the mask. And Yo-Yo blinks a couple times and says, "Oh, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. You kind of, if it happens fast enough, you don't really feel it, and then next thing I know, I'm just right here. I've had worse experiences with just drinking too much."
Pat him on the shoulder.
Don't move suddenly. Okay? This is going to take a second. And I'm going to start patching up with... the spell is Goodberry, but what he's essentially making is magical triage gauze, which he starts to just wrap around the point of impact, and it kind of like melts into the skin.
Yeah, so the magic of Spare the Dying brings back a hit point, so he does still have a pretty big wound on the side of his face.
He looks
Sort
like
of
Bill.
triage up a little bit. And he says, "Hey, thanks, Bones. That's awfully kind."
Do you always risk your life to help him test these machines?
Oh, wait.
I'll lean in. I'm like, we're even.
To be fair, I did owe him one. He owed me one. How do you want to put it? I mean, yeah, I'm not really risking my life or nothing. He knows how to.
No, let me be very clear. You risked your life just now. Yes, that's...
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. You can't make money in this town if you don't put some risk into it. And if that means letting my brother punch me in the face as hard as he can with his mystery magic gauntlet thing, then, price of doing business.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you're not dead.
I got to be able to look a customer in the eyes and tell them truth that I've seen this thing work in action and it works just fine. You understood, Stan, how good this anecdote works when I pitch it in a sales meeting?
Yeah, no, I'll bet it does.
I assume it does. I haven't tried it yet.
Right.
Will work,
We need to trim up business for your company.
I couldn't have possibly agree more. That's you got ideas. We're all ears.
I have a few ideas.
Sergey is kind of shaking his head as well watching all this. We'll cut for a moment. I think, Cadence, you had plans for the morning. I'd like to move to you.
Did.
Thank you for letting me just sock under Yo-Yo.
Absolutely, yeah. I made you guys go the first whole 3 episodes of this campaign without fighting anything. So.
Time for violence.
It's time for violence. Go ahead, Cadence. What kind of plans do you have in the morning?
All right. I'm gonna get up in my apartment in the morning, and I'm gonna start by putting together a hodgepodge of my trashiest clothes in an attempt to make a disappear / be invisible in black brick disguise situation.
Do you have disguise kit proficiency by chance?
I do.
Beautiful. Go ahead and roll me a disguise kit check. You could do int, wisdom, charisma, almost anything, dex.
21 dex.
Beautiful, 21. Yeah, I assume that Cadence has a similar such outfit for basically every borough of Daybreak City where she needs to blend into a crowd from time to time. I assume it also pains Cadence deeply to put on her rags.
My worst clothes, yes.
But yes, you change your way into some clothes that will not make you stick out like a sore thumb in the impoverished Black Picton.
Amazing. Yep, I'll look in the mirror for just as long as it takes to make sure I'm good, and then I will start my way towards Blackbrick.
Outstanding. It takes a little while. You got to get on sort of a series of L trains and trams, which take you through the Willows and eventually through Saltworks, this district where the sky is green and black with the ether gas. And eventually the street tram reaches its last sort of stop as you sort of reach the end of the parts of the city that are accommodated with all this ether tech or arcanotech, and find yourself stepping into the sort of impoverished black brick district of the city. As its kind of namesake implies, the streets here are stained black with these sort of remnants of ether gas and pollution that sort of move eastward through the city as the prevailing winds blow them. And settle them on this sort of poor slum of Daybreak City. No L trains here, no street trams, certainly no subways. Not much even in the way of street lights. They're somewhat infrequent here, and most of them are out, even if they are available. You walk through streets where windows are boarded up, where not many people are out on the streets, except the ones that don't have anywhere else to be. Where's Cadence headed in Blackbrick?
I'm going to start winding my way towards the Holy Anuvalarian Church. I think I said that right. I'm sorry.
Did, indeed.
Okay.
As we've kind of talked about, there are several. The Holy Anuvalarian Church is sort of a vast global sort of religion, but they have several locations throughout Daybreak City. And the one, at least the one that you're headed for here in Blackbrick, is the Holy Order Church. And you know right where it is. It's no problem at all for you to find it. You eventually approach this church that is relatively modest-ish from the outside. A small-ish church compared to some of the bigger cathedrals that you can find in other places in the city and other places in the world even. The door is not open or anything, but it's not locked, you would presume. It's a public place.
Is this a Sunday? Is there going to be like a service? Does it work like that in this world?
It does work that way, at least Holy Anuvalarian Church. They do services on 5's Day and 10's Day.
Okay.
But today is a Wednesday, so you're clear for now. Service was yesterday.
All right. I'll take some time and scope it out and just see how busy it is, how often people are going in and out. If I can get a view in the door, like who's in there, how many people are in there.
Give me investigation or perception. I think investigation is probably better for you.
21.
21 is very good. It looks like it is not infrequently visited. It looks like there's a regular sort of, kind of desire paths through the cobblestone that lead up to the front door, up this like short set of stairs to the front door of this church. You can see signs of movement in the last day, service having been yesterday. That's kind of unsurprising. And as you sort of approach the door, you don't hear much going on inside. You sort of peek in a window and see that there is nobody currently inside with one exception. Not even seated actually, he is kneeling at a sort of little prayer stand, is Elias Hastings. You know who Elias is from the outside. As far as just his appearance, you see a human man who looks to be maybe in his mid-30s or so, about average stature, though he is kind of scrawny and gaunt. Looks like maybe he doesn't eat quite enough. Pale white-skinned, light blue eyes, a little bit 5 o'clock shadow around the chin, and short, wavy blonde hair. And he's dressed in just the traditional garb of the Anuvalarian Church. He's got a form-fitting black sort of coat on with a white collar. And it's very prominently displayed, hanging around his neck, is the holy symbol of the Holy Anuvalarian Church, which is just a circle divided into 10 equal sections. His doesn't look especially fancy or anything, just kind of like a basic metal ordeal, not even jeweled or anything like that. And at the moment, he is kneeling in front of this very large sort of statue of the same holy symbol, this circle divided into 10 sections. It looks like he's in prayer or something.
Okay.
As you sort of look in the window. But there's nobody else in there. He looks to be alone there at the moment.
Okay, and then before I go in, I would like to look around the kind of surrounding streets for either like a little kid street urchin or an unhoused somebody who's like watching but trying to not be seen situation.
Yeah, on a
like somebody
21
who's got an eye on the situation but wouldn't be noticed.
Yeah, on a 21, easy peasy to find. There's just a kid that is. You would imagine him to be fairly street smart because he's sitting outside of the church with a little bucket for donations, and figure if you wait right outside the church, the religious folks that feel the kindness of their religion and their heart might drop a coin or two in his bucket.
Okay, I'll take a seat next to him.
He holds his bucket up. Says, "Penny for your thoughts."
How about a silver for yours?
He raises his bucket up and
Yeah, I'll take out a silver.
yeah, you can pull up a silver mark, one of these single bills, and put it in his bucket. Says, "Any thoughts you're interested in particular?" Or?
You look that kind who probably sees a lot more than people realize.
I like to think so.
I'm looking for someone. I heard they came through this way.
Well, lots of people come through this way.
Elvish woman would have been. Do I know when this was?
I have to check my notes specifically, but it was a number of weeks ago.
Okay.
You give him the
Yeah.
date. Let me have him roll. He says he at first looks a little like apprehensive, like maybe he's realizing he just bit off more than maybe he should have, but he nonetheless says, "Yeah, she looked like maybe she was hurt. There was quite a lot of blood. She just was running down the street, really almost sprinting, and headed right to the church."
And last time I saw her, she was fine, right?
Correct. Granted, you were not. Were you present for the rendezvous? I don't remember. I don't think.
Oh, you're right. I don't think I was.
So last you saw
time
her was in a meeting where she was told to go do
it
this.
was
thing.
Tommy was with her, though, right?
It was Rooster.
Rooster. Okay.
Yep. So the last you heard of Vanera, she had been sent with Rooster to sort of handle this drug deal where the Symphony wanted to get a shipment of Slumberjack into their possession. And everything went fine. The drugs went into their hands, and Vanera just hasn't been seen since.
Okay.
But there was never any news of her getting injured or anything. As far as Rooster said, they just parted ways at the end of the night.
Right. How late were you up that night? Did you see her come out of this place?
Yeah, she came back out and she was all patched up. I mean, it looks like her clothes was still a little bloody, but she had, put a cloak up on over her head that someone had given her, and looked like maybe she got healed up. I guess I just kind of figured that's why she went to the church, was to get a little healing or something.
Does that happen a lot? People going in there hurt, coming out healed?
He shrugs. It's not unheard of. Father Hastings is fairly generous. He doesn't always charge if you're hurt, or if he does, it's fair.
In another life, kid, I would have been a priest. It's an easier racket.
He remained in touch.
It's a 7. That's about as bad as it gets for me.
You still beat that. He rolled really bad. He smiles and laughs at that comment that it's an easier racket to be a priest. His smile is polite and disingenuous. He's like laughing to be kind. He doesn't agree with your sentiment.
Sorry, personal issues. How busy does this church get on a day like this?
Not too busy on these days. This is one of my slower days. Usually everyone feels like they've done all their religiosity the day before, and usually everybody's home today. But it still beats most of the other corners in this place.
Got a proposition for you, kid.
All right.
How big of a distraction do you think you could create out here? Big enough to get Hastings out here for a solid couple minutes.
I can try. If you just need him to come outside, I can probably just go in and ask him. He's He's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. That's true. There's a gold in it if you can go gather up a couple other kids, make a big enough ruckus out here to keep his attention for 3 minutes.
I think we could do that. Yeah. Give me like 10 minutes. Round some friends up.
Works for me.
You again with the insight check. He looks like maybe he has some misgivings about this idea, but 10 marks is a lot of money.
Yeah.
That'll feed him for at least 2 weeks.
Yep.
So he runs off for a little bit, and eventually it probably takes him 10 or 15 minutes to round some people up, but it ends up just being 5 or 6 kids who are all bigger than him. He looks to be maybe 9, and he's gathered a bunch of 13, 14-year-olds. And he stands up in front of the building, up on the steps, kind of gives you a thumbs up.
Yep. I'll tell him, give me a minute or 2 before you start your distraction, and then I'm gonna head into the church.
Okay. You walk inside the church. As you step inside, it's a place, again, fairly modest on the inside as it was on the outside, just rows of pews and some holy text sitting in the backs of the handles, or the sort of bins on the backs of the pews. As you make your way a little bit further forward, there's the podium where Father Hastings sings when he preaches, and a statue of Akraziel, the angel that is sort of the messiah of this religion.
I'll take a seat on the pew to my left if I can.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
And try to keep my head down as much as possible.
Yeah.
Like in prayer, essentially.
Okay, understood. You step in and kind of sit as if in prayer. Give me a deception check if you're attempting to look like you're truly in prayer here.
God damn it. Only a 9. I'm rolling like shit again. I gotta get better dice.
As you...
I'm sorry, only a 9. I did not queue up for that.
Thank you. As you step in and begin to make your way towards the pew, before you even really get a chance to start your ruse of looking like you came in here to pray, Elias regards your entry and sort of stands from his kneeling position, steps kind of over in a little bit your direction, and says, "Miss Amato."
Ever perceptive, Hastings?
He smiles a little bit. What brings you to the church? How may I be of service?
Just here to pray for the departed.
He looks at you for a moment. He on your 9 deception check, whatever it was, kind of folds his hands in front of him and says, I'm happy to pray with you if you would like, or I can give you whatever space you need. Far be it from me to stand in the path of anyone seeking Akraziel's redemption, but what actually brings you here?
You and I know there's no redemption for me, but is he aware of what happened?
You're not sure.
Okay.
You might be, you're just not sure.
Okay. Sorry to keep it so vague.
You're good.
There's something here I can't let go of. Haven't been able to shake it.
He folds his hands in front of him. Just nods and for a moment falls quiet, like he's thinking of how to respond to that. And then from out front, there is a loud thud as something hits the door very, very hard of this church, and a bunch of shouting of kids outside. And Elias quickly makes his way to the front door. When he pops it open, you see that there are a bunch of 13, 14-year-old boys out there that are kicking this 9-year-old boy while he's laying on the ground.
Amazing.
As he's sort of... there's kind of a bit of a brawl going on out front of this place. Elias kind of steps out the front door for a moment, leaving it sort of ajar. It doesn't like swing closed on its own behind him. As these kids are fighting in the street, you hear Elias shouting at them to stop. And eventually, if you're paying any attention at all to Elias, which I don't know if you spring into action immediately.
Right. I want to make sure he's not watching me anymore, so I'm watching him at least long enough to make sure he's not watching me.
You see that the kids in front of him clearly have his attention. As he actually gets his hoist and begins to like cast a spell and sort of throws like a shield of faith or something of that nature onto the kid that's getting the shit kicked out of him, and goes to kind of start breaking up this fight essentially. Right. But you clearly have. The kid, knowing his role, as soon as he gets the spell cast on him, like runs a little bit further down the street, then trips. Right. So then Elias kind of has to keep following this sweet brawl. So you've got a few minutes of this.
Like to beeline it for his office there in the back.
Yeah. You make your way towards the office?
I mean, stealthily if I can.
Yeah, you can roll stealth check if you want to. You can still do it if you're concerned about anybody else maybe being here that you're not aware of. Go ahead and roll stealth check, I guess.
No. Not that one. I'm sorry, 10.
There we go. You open up this door here. And inside it's just a very small, kind of modest-looking little office with a chair and a desk and a copy of the Holy Nublarian scripture sitting open on the desk. With a little leaf in the middle, whatever page he'd been reading. And that's all that's immediately visible here. If you'd like to make an investigation check to look around for anything hidden, or if there's anything specific you're looking for.
I'd like to look for either like hidden compartments or a ledger or some paper trail of Vanera when she came here, why she came here, if she's come here before, anything like that.
Yeah,
who he's healing,
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
Girl, if I can get this church under my thumb, are you fucking kidding me? 10. God.
10?
Yeah.
You look through and are kind of disappointed. I think Cadence has done a lot of snooping around in people's offices, distracting them with similar ruses like this, and has found a lot of really incriminating shit in her various attempts to do so. On a 10, you open the drawers and are looking for somewhere where you would hide a secret, and it's truly just a drawer with pens and papers that are blank in it. Okay. And this guy doesn't look like he has a place that he would hide a secret. It's very minimalist and bare bones in here.
Okay.
The thing that you do find is in so he's got the holy book sitting there.
Right.
Next to the holy book, there's a piece of paper that he has started to write seemingly a note or a letter on, but has not had a chance to finish it. In fact, all he has done so far is just written the 2 at the top. But the 2 says to Mick Eisenhower.
Does that name mean anything?
Give me a history check. Daybreak City lore. Actually, don't apply Daybreak City lore.
Okay. 15.
15? That's enough to at least know. Mick Eisenhower is the CEO of Vanguard Ether Tech International. This company that produces wartime ether tech.
Okay.
And sort of sells wartime tech to various nations around the world, and also civic technology. He's the boss of the boss of the boss of Baron Gates, for example. The company that runs the Zeppelin that Bones worked on. He's the CEO of that multinational organization.
Okay.
Not a person you've ever met, but you've heard his name.
Okay.
He's a big name.
Do I know enough about Elias to know that? Well, I guess this is a complicated question. Do I know if Elias knows who Vanera is? And do I know if Elias hates the symphony enough that it seems odd that he would heal her even if she came and paid for it?
Those are both very good questions. Roll me an insight check.
17.
17? You know for sure that Elias would know who Vanera is. The same way as he knows you. You guys aren't closely acquainted, but you've been at things together. Even though Elias, as we've talked about between sessions, kind of refuses to play ball with the criminal organizations in the city and kind of wants nothing to do with all the corruption, he'll still attend a meeting or a soiree of important people because he's important in the city.
Right.
And even if he kind of gets shunned and not paid attention to, he'll still show up to a thing. So he's aware of who Vanera is because she was a top-ranking person in the symphony just like you.
Right.
And then as far as whether he would heal her if she came to him injured. On 17, I think you think that he probably would.
Okay.
Elias, you know to be like principled to a fault.
Right.
He is very, very devout, very, very adherent to the principles of the Nubelarian religion, and like you don't think that he would turn his worst enemy away if his worst enemy needed healing.
Okay.
I think that you suspect that if Veneer came in here injured and asked for him to heal her, he would heal her and then probably like proselytize about how this is what happens when you engage in the sort of nefarious crimes that the symphony does.
Makes perfect sense.
And it's about this time that you start to hear the kind of row getting broken up out front.
Yeah.
You hear distantly Elias again kind of proselytizing to these kids about changing their ways. But
I'll
you don't
stealth
hear the
back to
details.
the pew if I think I'm running out of time.
You don't need for stealth. If you stay here longer, you might need to stealth. If you just walk out now, you're good.
Ooh, can I try to wheel behind his pulpit there? Does he have
Yeah.
anything in the pulpit? Can I just like glance down
Totally.
when I'm walking back?
Yeah, you kind of on the way past there, walk through there. With that small diversion, go ahead and do roll me a stealth check. Just to do this without him like walking in at the same time that you're doing this.
Oh my god. Another 10.
10. You look behind there, look around carefully. Don't see anything like suspicious that stands out to you. It is actually like empty. Just doesn't have anything there except for what he's currently preaching with. And you are like making your way back to the pew at the bottom step as the door opens and he steps back in. You think that he's probably seen just the end of you sort of making your way back to the pew. He regards that fact, but doesn't say anything about it. Kind of pauses for a second, but then
Am I sitting when he walks in, or am I standing?
you were kind of like halfway down to sitting. You're like,
Okay.
you're in the motion to sit, but you can just kind of stop if you want to.
Is there a way to abort and make it look like I'm standing up? Is that too much?
No, roll me a deception check.
21.
Nice. Okay, cool. You play it off cool. He sees that you are no longer where he left you, but you kind of play it cool, like you're just kind of standing up. He steps in and says, "My apologies, Miss Amato. You were saying
That's all good. Those Blackbird kids always causing trouble.
they are as lost as anyone would be in their circumstances."
I'm sorry, what was I saying? I came here looking for, you probably know her. She works with me. No, she's not really your concern, but, somebody said she saw her on these parts. They were probably mistaken.
He continues kind of walking up in your direction. Roll me an insight check.
14.
14. You see a look of recognition on his face and a brief pause of knowing what you're talking about, which perhaps says something on its own. Says, Minnie, come to this place seeking healing, seeking redemption, seeking answers to the dreadful questions that this city poses. Is there anything specifically that I can do for you, Miss Amato?
Do you know where she went after she left? She's gone now, and I think at least her family deserves to know.
I am afraid that I'm not at liberty to answer that.
Of course not. Is he just saying that, or does he, how do I want to phrase this? Does he actually not know and that's just his go-to line, or does he actually feel like he's not at liberty to discuss it?
Insight check of 14. He is a bad liar and knows that he's a bad liar, so he doesn't try it.
Okay.
You get the sense that he probably does know and is not at liberty to say, and is being honest when he says that.
Okay. Well, that's a damn shame. So, should I just tell her family she's gone, disappeared off the face of the planet, or...?
He crosses his arms and says, I will not violate Venera's trust, but she's safe.
I'll look up to like the stained glass.
Yeah, it depicts a glorious image of an angel, kind of a very traditional sort of human angel with long flowing blonde hair and white feathered wings, all dressed in sort of gleaming silver armor, with a sword and a shield, and sort of charging into battle with an army of angels. And he looks up at it as well as you do.
I knew someone who used to really believe in all this. It's a beautiful lie you've sold. Promise of safety. And I'll turn to him and I'll just hand him a silver. Or if there's a tithing box, I'll drop it in there instead.
Yeah, there's a tithing box in the back.
I know we don't always see eye to eye, but this is important, and if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
He looks down at you, like, pull this bill out, and for a moment thinks that you're about to just hand him money and try to bribe him. But he sees you keep it in your hand and kind of look over towards the tithe box. And he says, has it not occurred to you, Miss Amato, that if she wanted to speak with you, she could easily have done so? She's a sleepwalker. I worry that you can't see the plain truth before you. It's hard, I imagine, in your position to conceive that there are people in Daybreak City that wish for an end to the lawlessness and the corruption, even some among your own ranks.
I didn't even know she was alive until you just told me. And I don't think she would have left without saying something. I know you don't agree with what we do here, and that's fine. You can keep running your racket the way you run it, none of my business. There are some bombs that are stronger than showing up to church every Fives Day. Some actions that actually mean something.
As you sort of step away and walk over to the tithe box and drop in your silver mark, he says, as you go to the door and open it to start to walk out, he's silent for a while after the things that you've said, but just as you're about to leave, he says, Ms. Amato, seek not to deliver thy neighbor from chaos, save that thine own house is in order.
Yeah, you have a good day too, sir.
The heavy door of this church closes behind you, and you step back out into the streets of Blackbrick, where across the street, right where he was, with a bit of blood caked underneath his right nostril, but otherwise looking no worse for wear, is the kid. And the teenagers are all kind of surrounding him.
Yeah.
But they're all kind of just standing there waiting expectantly.
Yeah, I'll pull out. I did not pay these teenagers, and I'm not going to. I'll shoot them dead in these streets. Don't tempt me. I'll pull out a gold and I'll hand it to the kid.
Yeah.
You can take a hell of a punch, kid. That'll serve you well.
He kind of smiles at that and says, "Oh, that's a little easier when you got a priest right there to heal you up afterwards."
Yeah, I guess it does make that easier.
He takes this stack of 10 single mark bills that you painted them and hands one to each of the teenagers, and keeps the other 5 for himself. Says that was some of the easiest money I ever made. If you ever need more help, you just let me know.
Do you happen to see anybody else interesting coming in and out of this church? And I'll tell him my address so he can't send me mail because he's poor. He can walk to Glimmerwick.
You can drop it in
right?
your mailbox.
That's true, yeah.
But then there'd be a poor person outside.
Do you know
your
where
apartment.
Glimmerwick is?
He his brow kind of furrows. He says, I've heard of it. I've never been up that way. They don't take too kindly to people like me."
Let's just do this for now. You keep track of him and who's coming in and out of that church, and I'll come back. If you have anything good, I'm willing to pay for it.
Okay. You got yourself a deal. And he sticks out a little 9-year-old hand to shake your hand.
I'll shake his hand.
Corrects this sort of newsy cap that he's wearing. So he's got like patches on the elbows of his shirt, and the knees, he hasn't had the wherewithal to patch yet, so they're just holes.
Right.
he shakes your hand.
I'll lean in real close to his ear and like look at the teenagers behind him, and I'll say, "Make sure you always take care of your own. Put yourself first."
He says, "Always do." Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. What was your name?
Teddy.
Teddy?
Teddy.
It's a good name.
He smiles. Says, "Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about changing it. It was my dad's name, so."
Yeah, it's tough.
Alright. Too expensive to change a name, though. Stick with it. You head on your way. Let's see. Patches and... Oh, yeah, you had an appointment with Ghost.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, we'll come to
I'll
that
head
in a
back to
little bit.
Ghost. Yeah.
Patches, you do anything this day as you sort of wait for the Gilded Parlor event, or are you just kind of hanging out?
I mean, I assume I have to have a conversation at some point.
Your conversation with Don Vittorio is scheduled for tomorrow evening. You could go talk to them sooner if you wish to, but you're supposed to talk to them tomorrow evening.
Oh, okay.
You've been told to meet at La Familia tomorrow at supper time for this talk.
Oh, okay. Cool. Then, yeah, I don't really have
Otherwise,
anything.
just kind of waiting. Marisco, you up to anything in particular with your day?
I need to buy clothes for this event too. I don't know if they're going to do that. Oh, I guess you did say that.
Yeah, that conversation was all together, so you could join them. Granted, you were also there for conversation where I think he said they were going to Lamp Road to specifically buy Fright Green clothes.
for bugs,
but
yeah.
you could certainly you could go somewhere else too, just make it a clothes shopping trip.
I'm just gonna hope they have clothes there.
I have to go with the bug and the woman though.
For what it's worth, you also would have noticed that the twins are dressed pretty snazzy.
It's true.
It's true.
Dress snazzy. And you do still have your gift for them.
I
also,
do.
Your bosses.
I might go ask them where they get their clothes at.
Okay.
They're more similarly shaped.
I like it. So you kind of head over, eventually finding your way to Sergei's workshop by means of asking where they went or something. Well, I don't know if you'd actually end up there.
If you met us in the morning, you could just come with us.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Yeah, we'll say for the sake of it that you
You get to watch me punch out Yo-Yo.
That's fun.
you show up a little bit after them. They've told you where they're going to be, and then you show up just in time to see Yo-Yo get KO'd.
Great.
Finish it.
Are your mornings always this exciting?
Oh, we try to keep them as exciting as we can, then, Marisco.
Okay. I can get behind that.
Sergei goes, "Oh, more friends. Hello. Sam Gilliam.
Marisco, nice to meet you.
Pleasure. He goes back sort of tinkering with Marble and Bones on this thing that they're working on. I guess it's already done at this point because he just got kicked.
Right.
So everyone's just drinking their fourth cup of coffee at this point, just jittering out of their skin. Top sort of stands himself up and Yo-Yo kind of helps him straighten his hat a little bit. They help each other because they don't have a mirror on them.
You two are pretty snazzy, yes. I think
Well,
I need
thank you for
better.
saying so.
I might need better clothes for tonight. I'm not sure how much this is.
Yeah, so you're going to this thing too. We heard about that, this Gilded Parlor thing.
Yeah.
Really nice. Yeah, you don't want to dress too slowly for that. He goes, "I think you look nice already, but if you want to look nicer, we can do nicer. We can take you somewhere nice."
Well, let's do nicer just to be safe and queue up because I'm on the wrong tab again. There we go. I did it.
That sounds like a good plan to me. How about you? He looks at Marble and at Bones. How about you two? You doing anything till showtime, or you guys want to come shop with us?
I have a nice outfit, but it's if it gets dirty or ruined, I think my mom will kill me. I can afford to come by a second. I need to swing by the post office too, if that's okay.
Yeah, we can show you to the post office. How about you, Football? You want to come with us?
He kind of rolls his eyes. He kind of looks at you and then kind of glares at them. He's like, I gotta keep an eye on them.
Perfect.
Gotta cockblock me.
Oh, that's not. You can cockblock yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
As you guys are kind of packing your things up and getting ready to go, Sergei says, "It was nice working with you today. You're very skilled."
Thank you. It's good to see all of the wisdom in action.
Yes, more knowledge than wisdom, if I do say so. But maybe it comes with time. It comes with practice.
I worked with the Heavy G long range cannon for a while.
Hey, Heavy G.
It was remarkably accurate. I have never worked with such a masterpiece before.
It was a fine piece of machinery. We wanted to call it Fat Bitch, but we were told that was not a good idea. So we went with Heavy G.
That one made its way to us too. We called it the Fat Bitch
I
too.
feel good. I'm glad that survived.
Is this one of the ones in the book?
Yeah, Fat Bitch might be in there. As Heavy G specifically.
I'll like flip to the page and then I will add the note fat bitch to it.
I like it. Go ahead, Mauricio.
Are there any objects in this workshop that look particularly fun to play with?
Oh, so many. Yeah, for sure. There's cogs everywhere and wheels and spinning things and bright colored things.
I want to pick up something and fiddle with it because
Yeah.
it looks cool and magical.
Give me a
Let's see
luck
if I can
check.
figure out how it works. Let's check here. A nat 1.
Jesus
Oh my god.
Christ.
It's a bomb!
It's not like a bomb, but you pick up it. It's like specifically designed to look cool. It looks like it looks like the receiving handle of a telephone. And as you're walking with the direction, kind of parsing through things and looking through them, you can hear a faint bit of like music coming out of the speaker end of it.
Okay.
And it sounds like there's like some swanky sort of jazz music playing in there. So you pick it up and put it to your ear.
Yep.
Take 8 points of lightning damage.
That is so much damage.
That's what that one gives you. As it shocks into your ear, and it clearly the Sergei has made like some sort of trick device to
Here, it's for you to electrocute yourself.
right, like
I
weaponized
do
thing.
imagine that, yeah. Laughter probably does actually happen.
Absolutely. Be enough to kill some people, but luckily
Yeah,
you're
true.
good. Yeah, and when I say trick, for the record, this looks like something that might have been made for like a spy, a James Bond-ass fake telephone.
I, at this point, probably just finished triaging with half of the good berries, and I just go right over and I start up.
Sam says, "Yeah, it's
Could I
this tough lesson you learned one way, and now it'll never happen again."
It might happen again, but
Well,
Yeah.
natural selection.
Takes 5 points.
Is there a way that I could like have cast resistance to kind of like negate some of it?
Sure, I'll let
Yeah.
you do resistance as a reaction so that you can just negate the rest of that
Yeah.
damage and be back to full.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll allow it. Actually, go roll me a d4. Let's see, that's how many damage you reduce.
I need a 3. You can do it.
2.
So you're still down 1 hit point.
That's fine. That's no punishment for messing with things I shouldn't.
I wasn't going to do something like that if it was literally anything but a 1. But
Yeah.
1, you got it.
Yeah.
Top and Yo-Yo. Top goes, yeah, I learned a similar lesson the first time I visited this place. Yo-Yo goes, it's because you're fucking stupid. I learned that lesson by letting you touch it before I touch it. With that, the 4 of you pack up and head off to go clothes shopping. Boss Amashika, I presume, is like with you guys as well. He probably needs to get an outfit too. He's just kind of quietly hanging out in the background here.
What is his fake name that he gave everybody?
Sam.
Sam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I can't remember.
Write that down.
Going by Sam for now. As you guys go look for somewhere to shop, you guys probably end up. It depends on like how nice you want to go. Top and Yo-Yo explained that there's nice clothes stores anywhere, but Glimmerwick is kind of like the nicest residential area of town, and then like West Willows is a little less nice, East Willows is a little less from there. But they do say that Albin Island is kind of where the real fashionistas go to buy clothes.
Okay.
So maybe Albin Island would be the best place to go. Get on a ferry, make your way back across there to Albin Island.
We also have the car with us.
Yes,
So we can make it-
the car will be able to make it like over with the ferry, but you can drive the car
Yeah,
to.
but we can like drive around town.
Right.
Yeah, I think you'll be like kind of squeezed pretty tight in the back. But so Bones take shotgun, Marble drives, and then you sit between the twins in the back
That makes
seat. And you guys drive your way towards the ferry to catch a ferry over to Albin Island. Not a terribly long drive anyway.
Oh no, what a nightmare for you.
And just for the sake of getting everything
Yeah, I know.
together here, so we don't have to keep dividing time, Cadence, you also leave Blackbrick around the time to go get on a ferry to Albin Island to meet up with Ghost. And the lot of you together get on a ferry, kind of running into Cadence inadvertently. So yeah, the 5 of you get onto a ferry to take you over to Albin Island.
I thought I was meeting Ghost at my apartment. She wanted to go to
Oh.
Little Lamb.
I forgot you were too. So Lamp Row, however, is on Alban Island. So I'll retcon for you that if you're going to meet up to go to Lamp Row, it makes more sense for Cadence to come to Ghost than vice versa.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys can meet up at Alban Island at the ferry. And Ghost, unless you guys wanted to have any conversations or anything on the ferry across to Alban Island, you guys eventually arrive at Alban Island, where you meet up with Ghost as well, and presumably Patches is along for the ride, just to have him along for the ride. The ferry arrives in Alban Island and eventually takes you. You guys regroup and make your way towards Lamp Row. You walk past King's Field, this sort of baseball stadium where baseball is being played, past the Daybreak City University, and eventually make your way to Lamp Row. This map depicts it at nighttime. It is currently day. But it is this quaint little neighborhood that is all lit up by, even in the daylight, there's kind of a different hue to this place, of sort of orange light. There are sort of paper lanterns hanging on strings and little glowing crystals. All the lights are turned on everywhere. It doesn't stand out quite as much in the daytime, but those who are native to the city know that it stays this way at all hours. 24 hours a day, it is always well lit here. For Thrycreen, who do not sleep, and especially for denizens of Hallowhive, who have no exposure to nighttime. You find, most standing out to Ghost, there is essentially like a sculpture or a statue, a piece of art, that is this big chunk of what looks to be glowing amber. It looks not unlike the lamp itself, except the notable exception being much, much more dim. You can't really look on the lamp itself because it is bright as sunlight and will kind of blind you. But this seems to be just like a chunk of stone or glass or crystal or something that is just glowing with orange light, sort of an effigy or a statue of what whoever made this imagined to be the lamp.
Is it actual amber?
If you get close to it, give me a perception check or investigation, jeweler's kit, artificer's tools they even allow here.
What about, can I add my ether salt lore? Or
No, that doesn't really apply. But
Okay. You said, wait, which tools did you say I can use? I'm so sorry.
you go artificers is fine. Jewelers would be most appropriate, but 8. I think eight's pretty low. It looks pretty genuine. It looks like genuine amber. I think even on an 8, you'd be very surprised if there's actually a chunk of amber this big just sitting in the street. So your guess is that it's just a very well-made fake amber chunk. It's probably just glass or something.
But to say, that's really expensive to just keep out public.
Yeah, it would be worth a shitload of money. It would probably not just be sitting in a public square.
Especially
like
in a town full of gangsters.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the streets here are lively with predominantly bug folk of various kinds. Thrycreen. There's like bumblebee people and dragonfly people and ant people and centipede people and every manner of bug people around here. Even some non-Thrycreen, such as like Anati and Ettercaps and so forth. Yeah, it's the little Hallowhive of this place, and it seems to have adopted more than just Hallowhive, but also like just a neighborhood for Thrycreen, even those that are not from Hallowhive.
It's so quiet here. Why is it so quiet?
That's a good point.
Many of us have telepathy, so.
I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah, it's odd for anyone who's not a Thrycreen or from Hallowhive to be in like the midst of a large crowd and largely not be hearing the din of a crowd. Everything is kind of like quiet and just skittering and humming. And there's this weird thing happening where like with humanoids, non-Thrycreen humanoids I should say, like if someone is talking to their friend, you slowly hear their volume increase as you get closer and closer, and then it slowly fades as you walk away. With these, like, you hit a 30-foot mark and can just hear them, and you leave the range and can no longer hear them as you just enter and exit the range of their telepathy. Those who aren't even projecting out loud, many are just talking to the person and not projecting.
So does that mean that you could have you could be receiving multiple at the same time? And
yeah.
So would that be like disorienting?
Yeah, it is chaotic and disorienting to feel like there are like multiple people speaking into your mind at once, like multiple people like thinking in your thoughts at the same time. It's it's extremely disorienting for those of you who are not Thrycreen. For Ghost, it's not disorienting at all. It's the same thing we experience when we're just in a crowd of people talking. But for you, what's disorienting is out loud hearing a bunch of shouting and talking around you. That's extremely jarring to you.
What's normal for me when I hear two voices is to shut down entirely and not be able to process it. So this sounds like hell to me.
Yeah, that's roughly how Ghost feels when he just hears multiple people talking around him.
Incredible.
Can you imagine if these bug people stomped? How much louder it would be?
Oh,
All of those legs at the same time.
yeah, true.
Is that an offensive term?
We still need two functional legs, but
Right, but if you like stomped, like, you know, made loud clop noise instead of the weird skitter.
Top goes, I don't think bug people is really offensive. That was definitely offensive. Weird skittering? I don't think you can say weird skittering.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can't say bug
Yeah.
people either, Yo-Yo says.
So wait,
But Top
weird
goes like,
skittering was definitely pushing it.
Top goes, well, we say cat people sometimes. That's not that weird.
But we are cat people.
Well, sure. I just mean,
Yeah.
like if he looks at Ghost as if he called me a cat person, I don't. Ooh, maybe that does actually not sound as good if I don't say it. Hey,
Is it like an R word, there
You
word?
know, cat person is very general and broad, but I'm not going to call you like string chasers or something.
right? Yeah. String chases. No, that's very offensive.
That would be horribly offensive.
Top goes, it's especially offensive to me because I do kind of like chasing strings.
Is there a code? Is there culturally? How do you know when you are only talking to one specific person and you're done talking? How do you make sure that the signals don't get crossed? How?
Well, really, it's the same way as all of you. You just say your goodbyes and then stop talking.
Huh. So, if you are in a loud, crowded room, only one person can really talk at a time.
No, it depends on the situation. Much of the time, we will only project to whoever we're directly speaking to, but many times if somebody is giving announcements or speeches, they will project to everyone. It's actually much quieter. This whole verbal thing is, I'll say, a bit overwhelming a lot of the time. But at the same time, it should be very clear. Many people in Allohive and even some Thrycreen can use telepathy. So speaking vocally is not unheard of.
I see.
It's just, less common.
Because you know that, like, it's considered, like, at least in Halalive, really rude to be, like, talking to one person telepathically and channeling to everyone around you. It's kind of like listening to music on the subway with just your phone with them. Right. Can you just target the person that you're trying to talk to and not just be doing this on blast to everybody? So yeah, there's elements of that. And then there's huge elements, too, of body language that goes along with it for Thrycreen. A lot of, like, intention and sort of subtext is gleaned through body language with Thrycreen as well. As you're walking through the town, you eventually walk past a shop that has what looks like a moth made out of silver thread, kind of on the door as the decoration. There's no words, but you take that this is probably the silver silk. And presuming that you head inside, you find a quaint little seamstress shop with lots of different Thrycreen outfits on Thrycreen mannequins, with plenty of armholes and leg holes for different anatomies. There's not really, honestly, that much on display because a lot of what this lady does is custom. But the person who greets you is this here, a white moth lady with big orange
Wings?
wings. Thank you. I couldn't find that word for some reason.
Yeah.
Who again kind of telepathically contacts you and all of you as you walk in. And says, welcome. How can I help you today?
I was hoping to get some new clothes for an event tonight. Do you have anything in my size available?
Tonight. And then she kind of gets up from behind her desk. She's remarkably tall, especially for a moth Thri-kreen. Kind of keeps her wings nicely folded behind her so she doesn't accidentally bump anything over. Moves quite gracefully through a few mannequins. Kind of steps up to you and kind of sizes up your measurements. Says, I don't think I have anything exactly your size, but I could take some quick measurements and tailor something for you. It's quite short notice. I might have to charge a little extra, but...
Of course.
do you have colors you prefer? Textiles you prefer?
I will look over to Cadence. Do you have any recommendations to an event like this?
Ooh. That's a great question.
Yeah.
Do I know if there's an actual dress code, or is it just kind of...
No, like, real dress code. If you, like, if someone walked in there with, holes in their knees and patches on their clothes, they might ask them to leave, but there's not, like, a strict dress code.
There's not a dress code, per se, so what colors do you like?
I'm partial to orange and blues, personally. A little yellow.
I mean, those should go swimmingly, then I recommend some orange and some blue.
Orange and blue, I can do, says Francois. Chuckles to herself with a little rhyme. And then kind of heads back into a back room to start looking through some various textiles and stuff. There are a couple outfits here that are for non-Thri-kreen kind of shapes, but there's not very much. It's clearly her specialty is Thri-kreen stuff. And eventually comes back out with a couple different textiles, some in orange and some in blue. Various different shades. Some burnt sort of dark oranges, some light oranges, some that fit that sort of amber color outside. She has a lot of that color. And then all shades of blue. There's everything ranging from kind of sky blue to dark navy. Some of them are kind of patterned. There's like, paisley ones and silk ones, and some that are, she says she could pinstripe the outside and then like line something with one of these colors. Whatever your imagination entails.
For like a pinstripe suit type deal. Well, they're kind of like taking my measurements and then trying things on. I will just say to Cadence. What do you make of this whole situation that they're in?
In what sense? What do I make of it? Like, why are we in it?
That, and also, do you think that the accident was actually an accident?
Oh, I'm certain the accident wasn't an accident. I just don't know who did it yet. I've got hunches, but it definitely wasn't an accident. I think we were probably circumstantial. And I think we're in this because it needs to happen.
You ever met Miss Sinclair before last night?
I have met Miss Sinclair before.
Was she different last night, from what you remember?
Not particularly.
Alright. I just had I felt kind of strange the last few days.
Is it the vertigo?
Probably partly, honestly, but it's probably stupid and nothing. A few days ago, shortly after I arrived, actually, I noticed some butterflies, which I'm sure doesn't mean anything, but they looked remarkably like how much of my own magic manifests. And that's not a big deal. This city is extremely magical. There's all sorts of causes that could result from that. But shortly after leaving the racetrack, when I went to lay down and have a rest, I noticed that there was a little bit of divination magic on me, though it vanished quite quickly. And after that, when we were at Miss Sinclair's, I noticed that she had some transmutation on her, which is a more advanced... There are some transmutation magics that can be used to alter one's appearance.
I see. I'll be completely honest with you, magic is hardly my forte. It wouldn't surprise me if she keeps some mundane spells in effect to maintain appearances. But I suppose I couldn't say for certain. I've met her before, I wouldn't say we're close.
Right. See, having a hard time wrapping my head around all of this. I don't mind playing games, but I do find it very difficult when I don't know all the rules and who's playing. But I do get the sense that you might know a lot more than you're willing to share.
I'm an open book.
Well, I would love to know your theories about who would benefit from Miss Sadie's demise. Especially since Ms. Sinclair doesn't seem to gain anything in spite of being the one orchestrating a lot of this.
I think Sinclair is capitalizing on an opportunity to make herself look as good as she can in a very shitty situation. There's a governor running up for re-election. He just passed the ASPSA?
The PSA.
To ban racing. It certainly doesn't hurt his case that the last legal race ended in a car crash into death. But that's just a hunch.
Mark, we'll go ahead. You got yours there.
Are we here for this, or is this a
I
private
think this is
conversation?
all together. Yeah.
I think...
Well, Ghost is just talking to Cadence.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry, I went pee, so I couldn't.
Oh wait, I have to respond out loud, don't I?
You do have
Yeah.
to speak out loud to respond, yes. So it's clear that Ghost is talking to Cadence. Unclear what Ghost is
Okay,
saying.
okay,
for his end.
understood. Never mind then.
Sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
It just seems odd to me. The APSA is already coming into effect. What could the governor gain by having Sinclair killed, or not Sinclair, the city killed?
Public support. He made the right call, our fearless Daybreak City governor.
It's about this time, Ghost, that she finishes taking her measurements and says, "All right, I can put this together for you. It'll be 20 marks."
Jesus, that's expensive.
Fancy golds are 2 gold.
I know.
Yeah,
I bought
2 gold,
that
20 marks. That's right.
Not even charging extra for saying
Yeah, he'll pull out 20 marks.
Yeah, pull a couple 10-mark bills and hand them over to her, and she says, "Sorry, I know that's a little steep, but on the rush order and the custom fit, but it'll be just lovely.
All right. Appreciate the effort you've gone through.
You'll look just wonderful in it. Come back in how about 3 hours? Is that soon enough?"
I assume so.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Does she have a silkworm in the back, just like weaving its little heart out?
Furiously weaving.
That would be so cute.
But you can continue your conversation if you wish to, unless that was it.
So, Ghost,
Yes.
who taught you how to play chess?
I had a few very good teachers at the Citadel, and a little bit of reading and self-taught.
You certainly seem very good.
Thank you. I try. Do you play?
I dabble. I'm more of a Go player myself, but
Really? Well, I would love to play sometime. I love games. It's sort of a hobby.
And would you remind me, what are you doing in this city again? What brought you here?
I'm an archaeologist. I was coming here mostly to talk to Ms. Sinclair because I found some old... there was an old ruin and there were some sketches and diagrams that I didn't recognize. I thought she could be of assistance.
Certainly is in her history, at least. I guess that makes sense. It's just odd. A Thri-kreen rolls out from Hollow Hive, spends, 12 hours in the city, meets with Olga Sinclair, and already seems to have a good lay of the land and how the game's played.
I'm very good at games.
Evidently you are. I'm impressed.
Well, I can assure you that a lot of this is just faking it.
That's most of the rules.
I don't very much want to get caught up in all of this. I promise you I wasn't lying. I'm simply an archaeologist, and I am also not a combat mage should anything go down at this event.
Well, you just stand back and keep your suit safe. I'll do the heavy lifting.
I appreciate that. I will do what I can to play support.
Top goes, alright, if you're done here, let's go find some place for cat people. String chases, you know?
That's the name of a tailor I know, actually.
You guys make your way a few blocks down out from Lamp Row and to a different...
Before we
go ahead, yeah.
fully leave, if we pass any like Thri-kreen food stands, I'm gonna grab something really disgusting for everybody to try.
Yes, absolutely. You find some you tell me, what's the most disgusting thing that Hallowheim has to offer?
I don't know, maybe not disgusting, but like, I don't know, some kind of like nectar candy, something that's just like real sweet.
Yeah,
Doesn't sound correct.
absolutely. Oh. There's some bizarre flowers that grow only in the verdant path of Hallowhive that produce just like a very, very sweet nectar. You were reminded of it when you drank that root beer float last night. I think you've been like kind of wondering what that made you think of. Yeah. And then you smell the smell of it as you're walking through Lamp Row. There is a bumblebee Thri-kreen that's sitting there at a big, huge, almost cauldron, stirring this sort of nectar, and then pulling it up in big like strings that he lays in patterns and lets them harden, and then cuts them into little bites, and he's selling them in little bagfuls of these hard nectar candies. You can easily get a bunch of those for everybody for a copper, no problem at all.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're not bad at all when you all try them. They're a little like, I don't know, a little earthy or something. They aren't like pure sweet the way that like sugar
So like
is.
a ginger candy?
A little bit more like, I'm trying to think of how to describe it.
No.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit like if there was a really, really, really sweet mushroom. You know what I mean? It's got a little bit of that sort of mushroomy like earthiness in the background, but it's also very, very sweet. Go ahead, Bones.
If we pass by a music shop, I swing in and buy a record.
Absolutely, easy peasy. You can definitely find a record here.
Something, I assume that they would sell a lot of local stuff here. I don't want the local stuff. I want something that is appropriate.
For sure. Yep, Lamp Row is the right place to look. You find a cricket running sort of a gramophone store or a record store. And it's literally called like the Sound of Hallowhive, and the records are various music from Hallowhive. And actually, Ghost could describe better than me what the music of Hallowhive sounds like. I think he actually kind of did that maybe last time. A lot of percussion. And buy yourself a record. I think I said they were a silver.
If I get something like that, I'll grab a couple.
Yep. Cool. Grab yourself a couple records from Hallowhive. And then you guys make your way out of Lamp Row, across, just to say it for the record here, Boss/Sob splits off for this little part of the day because Little Spires is also here on Albert Island, so he goes to kind of wander around Little Spires for a little bit. So he's going to meet back up with you guys. You walk through Little Caruxo, and then eventually on the other side of Little Caruxo is just kind of like an open market sort of area where you find another tailor called String Chasers. that has truly a picture of a kitten like pushing a ball of string on the sign up front.
It's actually kind of a culture thing to just always have like a little cat in part of your businesses.
And inside it is the front house, or the front of house of this place is truly like a cat cafe where there are legitimately kittens and like cats out here. And then the proprietor is this big,
now that part
fluffy,
is racist.
White fur tabaxi.
I do love that it means when you buy clothes from here, they come pre-furred, probably.
Absolutely, for sure.
Actually, they're made with very anti-fur material.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. They're like fur repellent. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, likewise, just as there was at the Silver Silk here at String Chasers, there's lots of custom fit stuff for all varieties of tabaxi shapes and sizes, as well as others humanoid and stuff. But obviously, this lady specializes in tabaxis, and the proprietors. It's a couple. There's like one huge round white furred tabaxi with so much fluff that it's like sticking up out of the clothes, and then a really really skinny black cat woman, and they come out together and take any measurements anybody wants to. Say, well, what can we make for you today? She looks to Morisco and then to Marble and then to Patches. Patches looks like he's already pretty well suited up, but nonetheless says, this is pretty rude to say, but I'm just going to say it. This is 3 of the shortest customers I've ever walked into the store at the same time, you know? The guy goes, yeah, that's really rude to say.
Would you believe they don't know each other?
Well, you just all stumbled in here by accident at the same time? Congratulations on eating 3 shortest tabaxis I've ever seen. Sorry.
Have I shopped here before?
Up to you. You could have, possibly.
I do my brothers.
Absolutely. Top of
So I've definitely been here before then.
They looked at Top and Yo-Yo and like it becomes clear why some of this familiarity is coming in so fast. Because the big round white tabaxi guy goes, and you know, that's saying something because I also make stuff for the 2 tallest tabaxi I've ever seen. These guys being like 6'7". Top and Yo-Yo say, yeah, they do the best stuff in town. You know, you're not going to make a mistake buying anything here. This is our new friend Morisco, and this, of course, are our other friends Patches and Cadence, and you know Marble, of course, Bones, you know as well. And they're looking to get, looking as good as we do for a party.
And Ghost.
And Ghost. Sorry, he's not physically at the table, so it's hard for me to remember to point when I'm pointing at each player individually.
We should get a Drake cut out.
I need a Drake cardboard cutout in the room. He says these are our new friends, and they're going to a very swanky affair tonight, and they're hoping to get suited up for something fancy. The couple comes over to you first, Morisco, and says, "Okay, what do you have in mind? Do you have any preferences?"
I'm going to dress the big white cat pretty much exclusively while we do go through this.
Yeah.
And I tell him that I want a big smoking jacket over just a good suit, but the jacket's the most important.
Oh yeah, this is the big smoking jacket I can do. And he goes to the back and starts rifling around through stuff, and eventually comes out with one that's too big for you, but he's like, I can bring this in a little bit. And he hands it to his wife and says, can you take his measurements real quick, and I'll do him. And kind of points over to Patches. And she kind of goes to put this on you. And
he instantly is a lot more stiff and just kind of not really saying anything as she puts it on him.
Yeah. Get like super stiff and kind of tense up as she sort of starts wrapping a like ruler, not a ruler, but a tape measure around you. He comes over to Patches and says, "You, if I can say so, look, you know, spot on. I'm happy to sell you something, but I don't know if you need it."
I mean, I think I'm a pretty well dressed, but I'm happy to look around.
Yeah, have a look. If you see anything you like, I could try to give that a run for its money.
I don't know. I know some really good Rooksy tailors, so they know how to set me up.
Yeah, you're in the right place for it. How about you? He looks at Bones.
Yes, if you have something, I will. I don't need anything fancy. Comfort is most important.
Comfort we can do. Blending comfort and regality. Let's see what we can find. He kind of starts looking around for something that looks both comfortable and also nice enough for a high tail event.
That's why I'm going with the smoking jacket. It's so much looser than everything else, and no one knows.
Makes a lot of sense, yes.
She finishes taking your measurements, So this doesn't need brought in quite as far as I thought it was going to need. This should be okay. She's like writing down your measurements on a piece of paper.
She just called me fat and I can't respond.
She heads over to start taking measurements on Bones. The guy comes back over to you and says, "So, you like this one? We should bring this one in. We want something custom."
What color is it?
We'll make a luck check.
Okay. 17.
17 is very good. You've got one like ready made here that just needs like some minor adjustments, and it is whatever color you'd like it to be.
Like it ruby red burgundy.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Hugh Hefner.
Shut up. I forgot that's what he wears that.
The exact
But mine's less.
Hugh Hefner.
No, I don't want to be like his. It's better.
This is very good. I think we could have that done in just a couple of hours if that's fast enough for your event. And
That will do.
that would be 10 marks.
Yeah. Just hand him a 10.
There you go. He starts working on that. Likewise, Bones, if you have anything particular that you want to flavor your outfit after.
He keeps it fairly simple. Honestly, kind of on the cheaper end. He's not trying to be noticed. He's mostly just making sure that he's up to code.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me a luck check to see if you get something that's just like already your size. You don't have to get something custom tailored.
50.
That's good enough. Yeah, you can get something that is, we'll call it 8 marks, and it's already your size, since you're not as like freakishly tiny as these other tabaxi.
Yeah.
Cadence, you're good, I assume.
I think so, yeah. I've got like 10 different fancy outfits in my inventory.
I was gonna say, I have one, but it's like military fatigues, and I don't think that is appropriate for this.
And then, how about you, Marvel? Anything catch your eye today?
This is in Jiaotown, right?
No, this is in.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to go to Jiaotown?
I forgot you had a Jiaotown plan, yeah.
To Jiaotown.
Did you say that in character?
I'm always in the market to get a new piece of clothing. Absolutely.
I have one.
Have one what?
You're like. He starts pulling into his bag, and I'll just go ahead and post it in the chat because he has his fancy outfit is traditional to his culture, which the DM made me a weeb, so I apologize.
Oh, shit.
I want the record to show. I didn't make shit.
No, you did.
But yeah, you've already got your stuff picked out for the night, so.
Well, shit, I'm gonna get something to match whatever he posts in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll wait for him to post it, but we don't have to, like...
No, you're good.
It's posted to the Discord Art and Music.
Understood.
Perfect. You are able to
match this.
I don't know. It's just a kimono. It's a kimono.
You just have to get the same color,
You could
so
just
get that
get a
in green.
kimono, or you can just get a green suit.
Get your suit in green.
as
get
Marvel,
some
you
green.
described to
Or
the
my
proprietors
super
the outfit that you already have. The woman comes over to you, Cadence, and says, "Oh, we could make something to match." If you'd like.
I do like. I'm not gonna match though. We're gonna go off the rails because I don't even know how I'm gonna match this. I want black and gold. You know those like 1920s like Great Gatsby's sequiny dresses?
Oh, yes.
That, but in black and gold. And then I'll just do gold gloves, and I'll hand over just the gold bar necklace that I don't ever take off. I'll be like, I want it built around this.
All right. She takes it. That says,
And I need to be able to run and fight in it.
Did you say that out loud?
Yes.
She raises her eyebrows a little bit. Says, okay. I like a challenge. Built to match this necklace and good for physical movement. We can do
I'm a
that.
very active performer.
That might take a little more work. How about 20 marks?
Easy done.
Right. And then go ahead, Mauricio.
One, can I have like a black fur lining on the collar of the...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hell yes.
And I need the pants to be flexible enough that I can squat in them.
Yes, absolutely. She goes, does everyone need their clothing to be like combat ready? I didn't know this was a But I think there's some nods that go through the room. All right, that can be done. I'm glad we know. And you guys all at this point have plans for about 2 hours from now. All of your custom tailored clothes to be finished and picked up in time for you to make it to the Gilded Parlor. And you've got, hour or two to kill now as you wait for that stuff to be done.
I love how Kenny just was like, we should match. And no.
No,
I gave up immediately. Gave up on that idea literally immediately.
Sorry,
It just feels appropriate to wear that and not Zhao,
Any particular stuff you guys want to get up to in a couple hours as you wait for your clothes, or just wait around and pick them up and then move about your business?
I'm good. Just wait around and pick
All right.
them up.
Sorry, I will try to find, if nobody else has anything, I know I've had a lot of time already.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I will try to find Solomon if I can.
Okay, yeah. He's going to be over in Matt next, so that might be like as you head towards the Gilded Parlor, you make a quick stop
Right.
at the Symphony.
That's fine, it should be a quick stop.
Okay, we'll hold off on that just for now. Go ahead, Marvel.
are we splitting off?
Just based on time, by the time you guys pick up your clothes, about 2 hours.
I mean, I don't have clothes to pick up.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know if, like you said, you're going to go find someone, right?
If no one else, if everybody is splitting up, I'm going to do this, otherwise not. If that makes sense. I'm not like in a press to do this.
Gotcha.
So just based on timing, everyone who's waiting on custom outfits, those will be done in about 2 hours, and then it's going to be time to head to the Gilded Parlor with a little time to spare for that errand along the way.
Okay.
But Marvel, you're not waiting on anything.
Yeah,
You can go
I'll just
whenever.
pull the twins aside, and they're just gonna give me some pep talk and advice for
But,
going to a formal event with my girlfriend.
What's up? What's up, Fribble? You need to...
I assume at this point that they've been giving him advice probably this entire relationship. So they're really just like they've been teaching him how to dance. So it's probably more just like pep talk and just like giving him some lines to say that he can't say.
Right. So you'll just like run you through the curriculum again, yeah? Swanky party curriculum. All right. They know better than to like wait for you to confirm that that's what you want to talk to them about, because it's going to take a while. So they just read your body language, and they start just running you through your dance moves, running you through as you get to the dance portion. Yo-Yo goes, now we're still going to practice this because dancing is critically important, but I don't know if there's going to be any dancing. It's a casino thing. What you better be practicing is keeping your money in your pocket, because we're poor now, so don't gamble it all away.
It's not going to be any music at this point. Sorry, I don't say that.
I'm sure there's going to be music. I just don't know if there's a dance floor at the Gilded Parlor. I've never been. You got to tell me all about it.
That's also like out of character. Like, what does Marble know about the Gilded Parlor?
Roll me a history check.
Because I assumed I heard party. I as Loosh heard party, and I thought music, dancing. But that's You said history.
Yeah.
That's going to be a 15.
Gilded Parlor, a very swanky upper-end casino in like the nice part of town. You've never been there before, but you've talked to people who have. There's drinking, there's music, and then mostly there's just a lot of gambling. There's card tables and pool tables and various forms of entertainment. But you can also just sit and enjoy a meal and some drinks and listen to music too.
Sounds like a nightmare for Marble.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. You don't have to like get into this. They're just pep talking.
They get you all pepped up and ready for the night. Eventually,
I don't try to steal all of the time from Morisco because I'm used to this at this point.
Did you step away for this pep talk, or?
Yeah.
It's probably like out front or something.
Yeah. I mean, like you could probably eavesdrop if you wanted to.
I want to eavesdrop to see if they're using the same lines in your on me that they're
roll
telling you
perception.
to use. Yeah. Perception. Ooh, that's like a 2.
A 2?
Yeah, I'm
you
sure
don't
I don't hear
pick up
anything.
the specifics of the conversation.
It's fine.
I
don't think you would be
roll me,
suspicious.
however, an insight check separately.
Remember how the day of I told you I was dumping my wisdom stat?
Yes.
That's a 1 that time.
Perfect.
And not nat 1, but a dirty 1.
A dirty 1.
Yep.
Perfect. Nothing to report.
Okay.
Do as you will. Eventually.
No one has ever been mean to me.
It's never going to happen.
Never gonna happen.
you guys, your outfits get completed and paid for and changed into. Probably eat a little lunch at some point and all of that, in addition to your nectar candies. And the 4 cups of coffee some of you guys had for breakfast. And then eventually, I'll go ahead, Marvel.
I'll do one with it. So I'll wait until after we're getting all changed and getting ready to do it.
Okay, yeah. So you guys get your clothes and get changed and are about to head over to the mainland. Go ahead, Bones.
Post office.
Yes, easily. Yep. At some point during all of this, you've stopped at the post office, dropped off your letter. And then go ahead and Marvel. As you guys have all changed into your outfits and are about to take the ferry over to the mainland and start heading to the Gilded Parliament.
Yeah. I'll pull out. I actually have so after I get in my kimono, I'll pull 2 fans out that are a little bit ornate, and I'll give one to the Cadence. They're kind of matching, but not. But just
Matching fans.
Just matching fans. Yeah. They're a little bit gilded on it. They're not super fancy, but they're pretty.
If their outfits still are kind of matchy, not quite, I want to give them something to solidify it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do 2 of the same flower. I don't know what would go with that green. Some sort
It
of.
has some gold in it too.
Gold.
It's mostly just green because it kind of
Pesto.
matches his
Okay.
eyes.
Just give you some
I think a
basil.
little gold would
yeah.
go with both.
Okay. Some golden flower that I can't think of right now.
Yeah. It's magic.
It could be a dandelion or
actually
something.
An actual golden flower.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure, totally.
I'll do that. And
Yeah.
get 2 golden. I don't know, not orchids. That'd be weird. Something that goes on a
The tulip.
Yeah,
or
like a
something.
lapel or
Yeah.
a daisy. Or something.
that way.
Hi, I'm
Give you
Daisy.
one for your lapel, and you can have a
little
corsage. Let me see.
corsage.
Can I attempt to craft a corsage?
Yeah, go for it. Do you have any kind of tools for this? Or just
I
roll
do
on
not.
it?
It's
okay.
just-
Give me wisdom or dex or int.
Okay, let's go with Dex. 22.
Oh, nice. Yeah, absolutely. You sort of you use the staff of flowers to summon this flower, and then a little vining sort of branch comes off the bottom, and you sort of
Okay.
weave that
Weave it in.
into a
Okay.
corsage. So, yeah, you guys are all decked out to the nines.
I will give them both to Marble and not Cadence directly.
Makes sense.
Let him do it.
Thank you.
Cadence, make me an insight check.
Oh no.
That's not a good place for you to approach.
But I haven't rolled a good one yet.
I think you do want to match a little bit, yeah?
14.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I think you clock on a 14 Cadence for the first time in this 24 hours or so that you've known Morisco. I don't think he's ever made eye contact with you.
Wait, didn't we talk that one time in session 1?
He would not make eye contact.
Oh, I did not talk that.
Yeah, anytime you've talked to Morisco, he's short and curt and can't quite maintain eye contact very long.
Okay.
Is it
And walks past you to hand both of these.
Is it
to
because he's
Marvel.
an incel and he hates women, or is it something else?
On a 14 who can say that.
Okay, got it.
Ghost, you head back to the Silver Silk and pick up your beautiful outfit. You guys all have lovely outfits prepared and equipped, and hop on the ferry, taking you back to the mainland of Daybreak City, and eventually taking you to the Gilded Parlor.
Did I call Morisco a string chaser at some point and not hear it?
No, I think he's just weird with women.
Okay.
Which is honestly, it's a little rich coming from Marble.
Also true. Who said last episode, and I quote, "Sometimes she's so beautiful I can't hear what she's saying." A line that will live with me forever.
At this point, though, I'm oh, he made these for us.
Oh, those are lovely. I'll have to thank him. Put it on.
Do you let me put it on you?
Oh, would you like to put it on me? I'm sorry.
He nods.
You're also a little weird with women. And I'll let you put it on me.
Just you.
Uh,
He straight up was fine with yelling at the other woman.
That's true.
True. You're
That's
loud
true.
first.
I'll turn my head and look directly at Morisco.
Immediately averts eye contact.
Not like an intimidating way, but in a...
What's your passive intimidation, even if you don't intend to intimidate?
It's not that great. 14.
14 intimidation against you, Macy.
And what would I roll here?
Oh, I don't know. If you're trying to
Will save.
overcome the intimidation, I'd say wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw?
Or charisma saving throw.
That is a 9.
9. I don't know what happens, but you feel very intimidated.
I definitely immediately look away and just like the sweating monkey meme.
Absolutely.
I'll say it's beautiful, Marisco. Thank you, and I'll look away.
You're welcome. Glad you like it.
Surrounded by simps.
Surrounded by Simps, the episode title, everybody. You guys arrive back at the mainland of Daybreak City at 4:30 or so, with a little bit of time to kill before you need to get to the Gilded Parlor. Does anybody have last minute things they want to do before the Gilded Parlor, other than Cadence, who's going to see Solomon?
I can also talk to him at the party if that is
Whatever you gotta
easier.
do is totally fine.
Can I just not give the keys back to the car and just take it?
See how I can get away with it.
Top says, you know the deal, that's the company car, so if you're gonna drive it, it's a liability thing, and just be careful with
I'll
it.
just roll my eyes and give him back the keys.
You can take it if you want. It is, honestly, if you're going to a party with all the bigwigs of Daybreak City and trying to make a big impression, it might not hurt to be in the beautiful company car, you know what I mean? Understand, Marble. He points over a newsie who has the issue of the newspaper for today, and aside from the front page story about the Sinclair Cup disaster, literally the second page story is the APSA went into effect today. Here's what to expect, and here's everything that's new in the city today.
Aren't we illegal now?
Yes. And Top says, so you got to understand, whatever we can make with these sort of low capacity crystals that we're allowed to use is all we got now. So gotta kind of, we might need to tighten the old belt unless we can find some quick inroads to some big cash. I'm just saying, maybe you do a little networking tonight, yeah? I'm sorry, that's
Sorry, you couldn't see me in real life. In real life, Marble just puts his hands on both of his cheeks and just like pulls his face down.
Yo says,
exasperated.
yeah, after I said it, I kind of realized asking you to network is maybe a tall ask for a ball.
Yeah.
Well, try to get us invited to talk to some of these people, you know what I mean? Tell them you got a big brother who brought you that car out there. You want to take the car, for real?
It's 5, right?
5 is a squeeze, but yes. 4 comfortably, 5 squeezing.
We have 7 people.
You do.
One of them is an elephant.
Correct.
One of them is a giant bug.
Correct.
Though I think 3 of us count as like one person.
True, 3 of you are so small.
I mean, we can stack of 3 of us and wear a giant Dakota.
The smoke coat.
3 cats in a trench
It
coat.
was specifically brought up for a super short tabaxi.
Marble needs an extra tabaxi to push the pedals.
True.
I can make my own way over there, actually, if you don't mind. Or if you need the seat, I should say.
Well, we'd have to come back for the car, and we're going into the sewers.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure.
And I don't want to have to clean it
Right.
from the poop.
Yes, in the sewers, yes.
Couldn't Top or Yo-Yo come get it?
Yeah. Good. Maybe we could chances to rub shoulders with people as they're walking out of the building. And the Top goes like, that makes you look like a fucking grifter. Don't do that. Not rub shoulders with people as they're walking out of the place. Punches Top on the shoulder. It's like, all right, you're right. I get it now. That sounded worse when I said it out loud than when I thought it.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can come back and get it, we'll
come get it. Cadence needs to go separate anyway, and Bones wants to go separate, so the rest of you can fit in the car. It's a tight squeeze, but you probably put Boss up front and squeeze Mauricio patches.
If we put these 2 in the front seat, if all 3 of us are in the front, and then the other 2 big guys are in the back.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, you go 3 tiny tabaxis
I assume
across the front.
I assume that it's like a front bench and a back bench,
Yeah,
right?
so there's 3 tiny tabaxis across the front row, and then Boss and Ghost in the back. That works.
Yeah.
Very awkwardly.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
assuming that the car's
The car is fully on its rear bumper on the ground. Okay.
Do I have a spell for this?
With that, Cadence, we'll go to you first. You head over to Matnack. You start to make your way to go into the first movement, but Solomon is actually already out front, about to get into his car. But he
Right.
meets you kind of on the sidewalk. He's got Rocky with him.
Okay.
He says, Cadence, I was wondering if you were meeting us there or riding with.
I was probably gonna ride with you guys, I assumed.
Of course.
Well, maybe we should get in the car first.
Yeah. You guys get into a car. You have a driver, just some goon for the symphony that drives you.
Yeah.
Solomon takes the back seat with you, and Rocky sits up front. And you guys begin your drive in this like crimson car towards the Gilded Parlor.
I followed up on that lead on Venera, the Holy Anuvilarian Church down in Black Brick.
Ah, good. Did you find anything?
Not much useful. She's alive, I know that. Hastings was the last one to talk to her.
His brow furrows. Hastings.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It was his church after all.
It's unfortunate. Fucking pious ass.
What did he have to say for himself?
Nothing, like he always does. She came in wounded, left a little later hurt. Healed. I got that off of a kid over there that was watching there. Went in, there's nothing in his desk that I could find, nothing in the pulpit. I didn't have a ton of time. It might be worth another sweep at some point, but...
He kind of rolls his eyes. Says, it might not even be. He's irritatingly squeaky clean, that one.
Unfortunately so. He's convinced, he said we should consider that not everybody wants Daybreak City to keep running the way it does, including our own house, so... Seemed to suggest that he thinks Venera turned coat on us.
He puts his hand to his chin. So it is a troubling notion. But no information on where she is yet.
He was begrudgingly tight-lipped on that.
And if she has, in fact, turned coat, then it makes it all the more important to find her, I suppose.
Does she have family in the city?
Not that you're aware of.
Okay.
And Solomon, if you ask him.
That was gonna say that was more Cadence than actually. Yeah.
Understood. He says, I don't like Father Hastings any more than the next of us, but he doesn't strike me as a liar. I suspect that if what he's saying is what he's saying, it may be validity to it, or at least some ounce of truth that he's spinning his own way. I should probably have a word with him myself, I suppose. But for now, tonight's events, stay focused, and then we can cross the Venera Bridge afterwards. You said that perhaps the Rat Kings had information as well?
Potentially. Demaya said that a Rat King saw Venera enter the church, so I don't know how much more they would know, but...
You could still dig. If you get a chance, don't compromise the mission or anything, but if you get a chance to question Rami, it could be worth asking.
Oh, I'm gonna pick him apart scale by scale. Tommy asked me to.
I'm sure he'll be very pleased. You guys continue weaving through these busy streets in the near sunset hours. Streets that, again, are the vast majority pedestrian and stalls and the occasional rider on a horse or a carriage pulled by horses. Automobiles being a relatively uncommon mode of transport still.
Actually, I was wondering, are there any, back streets that aren't often used? I just wanted to, just go a little fast. Don't not put people in danger or get in trouble with the law.
Sure. Roll me, let's call this a land vehicles check and make it intelligence based. And apply your land vehicles lore. Yep. 14. You are on a 14. You're able to safely drive kind of irresponsibly fast. Sorry, go ahead.
I might have done that wrong. 3 less, so it should be 14. It should be
11.
Sorry.
Yeah, on an 11, I think you are.
If I don't know of any places, then it's just.
Yeah, I think you kind of are frustrated to see that there's a lot of traffic out today, and you just kind of can't find a clean stretch to get some speed going.
I'll just enjoy a stroll then.
Yeah, go for a leisurely drive. And then, Bones, did you have something you were going separately? Were you just going separately, or did you have something?
Sure do. I assume that I can do this early enough to have maybe a couple of hours before or an hour before.
Sure.
Wonderful. I'm going to make my way over to the Saltworks.
Okay.
To a dealership where there is a shiny 4-cylinder motorized bicycle that I've been eyeing for several months.
Oh my god, is it happening?
And I just walk up to the window until somebody comes out to try to sell me this motorcycle.
Yeah, absolutely. You wait there for a little while, and eventually this stout little dwarf woman with bright orange red hair that's like braided all the way down the back steps out and says, "You got your eye on that?"
I do. It is your lucky day. I don't have any time to haggle. Will you take 39 cash?
Remind me, I think you're looking at it. What is it supposed to be?
40 cash.
Roll me a persuasion check. Low DC. But
25.
25. She says, yeah, 39 is not a problem at all.
Wonderful. Here it is. Can I drive it off?
You were right. This is my lucky day. You pass over 39 marks, and she hands you the keys to a motorcycle. Describe your motorcycle to me.
Wonderful. I'll actually throw a picture in chat.
Oh, hell yes.
Essentially very similar to like the FN4, which was, to our eyes, it probably just looks like a bicycle that somebody slapped an engine directly in line under the seat. That's essentially what it is. They took a bike and they slapped an engine on it.
Yeah, if you look up like World War I motorcycles, they're all so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a little bit more primitive than that. I wish we had the World War I motorcycles because those are cool as shit.
Yeah, not quite
but the FN4 is also pretty cool. So.
Amazing. The rest of you.
You need to pimp that out.
Oh, it does just kind of look like a bicycle.
I probably do stop and I turn. Do you sell helmets?
Yeah. You know what? This kind of washes out the price difference, I guess. But here you go. She hands over a helmet.
Excellent, perfect.
So you got a helmet and in your beautiful custom tailored clothes. You roar through the streets in what I imagine has been a dream of Bones for quite some time. And eventually, arriving one by one, you guys all arrive at the Gilded Parlor. And I actually think before we jump into the Gilded Parlor, this would be a lovely place for us to take a quick little break. So we're going to take a quick little 30-second break. We'll be right back for the Gilded Parlor. Be back in a moment, everybody. Everybody, we arrive at the Gilded Parlor, moving through Glimmerwick, one of the nicest neighborhoods of Daybreak City. The lights, or the streets lit with street lights that are starting to come on as the sun begins to set. Outside of this opulent, beautiful casino, this 2-story building made of like white stone. Big, heavy doors with like golden filigree on them. There are a bunch of like cars parked out front, as well as some carriages with horses, power lines moving like a web over this part of the neighborhood. And there are people headed inside, people standing outside smoking cigarettes. I think probably the first here is Solomon and Cadence and another one of the Symphony's cars. And they just kind of park out front, and you know that they're here to just kind of jump in when things get south.
Yeah.
Next to arrive is the car carrying the other like 5 of you.
Sparks flying behind us.
Sparks flying behind you as the bumper drags. There's this white car with gold trim arrives in front of the Gilded Parlor, and Boss and Ghost and Morisco and Marvel and Patches all get out. And then arriving shortly behind them comes Bones, who, during the break, our friends at home, I did have to break Bones' heart and inform him that a motorcycle was 10 times more expensive than he thought it was. So he's renting the motorcycle for tonight.
It's a lease.
Nonetheless, shows up in a rented motorcycle for the evening. And you guys stream on inside of this lovely, beautiful place. There are golden decor everywhere, marble statues, there's exotic plants in pots, there's just kind of...
There's statues of marble?
Marble statues, as in made of marble.
I'm famous.
There's just kind of a low fog of tobacco smoke that fills the air in here. Sounds of clinking glasses and dice clattering and cards being shuffled. Shouts of applause as bets are won. There's a bartender pouring libations. lively jazz music plays from a stage where a musician seems to be orchestrating instruments that are playing all on their own. As you step in and take a look around, the casino workers themselves, the dealers and the bartender and servers, are like human in shape and stature, but they're all made up of like bright colored polygons, so they almost look like sort of low poly models from an N64 game or something. Let me zoom in for you guys here. Their faces are just kind of featureless without eyes or mouths or anything, just kind of opaque, bright colored polyhedrals, roughly the shape of a human head. Wearing tuxedos and bow ties and white gloves. And looking around the room, some of you know some of these faces. All of you know some of these faces. Some of you know more than others, but the crowd is a veritable who's who of Daybreak City's elite. There are business owners and politicians, and of course the true puppet masters pulling on the city strings, the many gangs of Daybreak City. You guys step in one by one. Faces turn to acknowledge and see you guys' arrival.
Jazz music stops.
No, it's still going.
Also, look at that fat cat! It's a pun! Look at him!
Fat cat. Oh, good old Kent. Pull your tokens on here real quick.
Do I know what these polygonic people are?
Give me let's call this, I guess, a...
Assume Arcana of some sort, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to make an Arcana check. That was like the check that makes sense.
Yeah, and I don't know if any of my...
Your lores do not apply.
Can I do the history check that I assume?
Same question? Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 25.
On a 25, you would hazard a guess that maybe there's some sort of like higher level equivalent of an unseen servant, maybe. But as you watch them for just a second and kind of study their movements and stuff, they look like they're moving with a little bit too much, like, I don't know, intelligence and perception and intentionality to be something as simple as a spell effect. I don't think you know what they are, but I think you rule out that they are like spell effects or like constructs. I think your guess is this is some sort of living being, but you're not sure what kind of living
like
being.
An elemental of some sort?
Something like that, potentially, yeah.
Anything seems something similar to what we saw come out of Satan's car?
Not dissimilar. Certainly not dissimilar in terms of they seem more intelligent than that. That thing seems to be at best single-minded and just like a destructive force. These seem smart enough to like deal cards and count winners and handle bets and like act intelligently.
Is it an illusion?
Make an investigation check.
The green one looks like Jim Carrey.
Kind of.
I have illusion as one of my lore skills.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Attitude. Oh, great.
They don't appear elusive as you study them very closely. You don't see the telltale signs of illusion, like the arcane stitch work that holds together an illusion.
You put me next to my gal.
Yeah, so I'm missing a token here. Oh, there it is. So yeah, you guys arrive here. There's this very lively gilded music playing.
You forgot.
What?
Bones' roll.
Oh yes,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
20 history.
20. Was it 20?
20 history.
20 history check. I think on a 20 history check, you kind of arrive at similar information to Marble, where you suspect that this is some sort of living creature. It could be some sort of like spirit, or it could be a construct of some kind.
Okay.
You don't immediately know exactly what it is. You've never seen this.
There's not like a
creature before.
reputation for
Yeah.
these weird things. Okay.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. This is the first place you've seen something like this. They seem to be very unique, whatever they are. I'll go ahead and Maurice go.
Is it a monster?
Make me a... You have monster lore, right?
I do.
Make me a... Okay, you roll me a religion check.
Okay. My religion's This dice is getting going into Jane. It's the second nat one it gave me tonight.
It's incredible. Nah, they seem like people of some sort.
Okay.
There's a weird distinction to be made about like what monster means in the world. It generally means like creations of the spirit plane or of other planes of existence, or sometimes just natural beasts that are sort of like mindless, sort of animalistic, or sometimes even like less intelligent than animalistic, where they're just like fueled by a single-minded sort of purpose.
Okay.
But yeah, these don't seem to be monsters. They seem to be fairly intelligent, sapient beings of some sort. As you take a cursory initial glance around the room, the one person out here that all of you recognize is Arthur Sterling. He is over at the bar enjoying a drink of some sort. As you step in with Solomon Cadence, he sort of nods at you, and he heads over to a table. Rocky takes a seat at the bar. Solomon heads over to a table where I'll point out some people that several of you note. There's the musician who's kind of orchestrating instruments that are playing by themselves. Solomon goes and grabs a seat next to Nick Eisenhower, who I think at least a couple of you would recognize. You know the name, you've never seen him before. Why don't you go ahead, Bones, and roll me a history check, and Marble, roll me a history check.
12.
11.
I think both of you, just based on backgrounds, even on those rolls, are going to recognize who this is, or at least you have a suspicion that'll above the board confirm for you. Just because you, Bones, worked for Vanguard, and you know that the CEO of Vanguard is a automaton, a robot guy, a construct. So seeing a well-dressed construct here at this place for bigwigs to attend, you can connect the dots easy enough, and you likewise would kind of know the same sort of information. Mick Eisenhower is a brass robotic humanoid machine figure, body seemingly completely mechanical, made from brass plates with some spots where incredibly intricate gears and wires can be seen beneath the outer plating. He's exceptionally tall and broad, maybe 6'8" or so, wide shoulders and arms. His mechanical head seems to lack the equivalent of like a mouth or a nose, just kind of like a solid plate there. But it does have eyes. In fact, it has 4 of them, each of which is a glowing blue lens. Dressed in a brown pinstripe suit and a vest, wearing a brown tie that has gears and cogs embroidered on it. And Solomon stops by the bar quickly to pick up a drink and then goes and sits next to Nick and kind of shakes his hand and sits down next to him.
I will go to the bar with him if I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm gonna try to turn myself in such a way that nobody can read my lips while I'm talking. Hopefully, if that makes sense.
Is this like one of those, like, you don't seem like you want to be followed?
For what it's worth, you showed up a couple minutes before they did, so you can do this before Marble and your.
That's fine. I just forgot. Sorry, but push talk. I, like Eli, completely spaced to mention the letter that was written to Mick Eisenhower until I just saw his name.
Understood. Yeah, that jogs your memory.
Yeah.
Kind of,
yeah, so as we just walk up to the bar, I forgot something else about Vanera. Hastings was writing a correspondence to Eisenhower over there. Didn't have anything on it other than to Mick Eisenhower, but...
Solomon kind of has a quizzical look expression on his face and says, "Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, I was just about to go speak to him anyway, offer him congratulations for our mutual success with the APSA, so perhaps I'll bring it up."
That's him?
What's that?
The governor?
No, this is the CEO of Vanguard Ether Tech International.
Sorry, I was about to be upset.
A couple other people over here that I don't think anybody besides... Well, you might recognize at least Fungo. Patches, however, you see is seated at a table here is Fungo Cremini, who you know well. Adjoined or accompanied by 2 other figures that you've not seen personally before, but that you know immediately who they are. One of them is Piapini Cremini, that is, you know, to be Fungo's younger sister, who lives in Precious Altera with Vittorio, like with the family abroad. Much like her brother, she looks to be a human from about the forehead down, white-skinned, and looks to be maybe in her late 20s, early 30s. Thin build, wearing a pinstriped gray suit, a red tie, a white pocket square. Her face is very sharp-featured and neatly manicured, thin, sharp eyebrows, dark eyeshadow. Like her brother, there are no ears, and right around the forehead, a big mushroom cap adorns her head. Hers is much wider than her brother's, extending way out past her shoulders. Matches the color of her father's, kind of yellowish-brown with white lumps. And then, seated with the 2 of them, you see for the first time Vittorio Cremini, who you know as the Don Vittorio Cremini, who, from the neck down, looks like a tall, slender human man in a black suit coat over a dark yellow-brown vest. with a white silk pocket square, pocket watch hanging from a chain in his vest pocket. However, emerging from the collar of his shirt where a neck and head might be, is instead just a huge mushroom, about the size of a human head, with a yellowish-brown cap speckled with raised white lumps. Unlike his son and daughter, who have human faces on the stalk of their mushroom heads, there's no face at all to be seen on Vittorio. It is truly just a plain, featureless mushroom growing where a head would be. You see the Don Vittorio Cremini is here with Fungo and Piopini.
Can I watch a whole campaign of chess matches, actually?
Yes.
Okay, do I know, like, from my past and everything, of, like, how he would communicate?
Yeah, you've never had to endure this before, but others have talked about it. He can do telepathy. He has, like, spores that link his mind to others' minds and talks to them telepathically. However, you have heard from other people that typically, like, Piopini does the talking for him. He communicates to her and she talks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess, do I know why he doesn't have a face?
Roll me a nature check.
Does this creature have a human wife?
What's that?
Does this creature have a human wife?
You can make a history check for that, too.
Yeah, can I do a 10 on nature?
Yeah, so 10 on
history?
nature, you would guess he's just, like, more myconid than human, than as far as Fungo is.
How did this happen? How did these things come to be?
And if I'm allowed to do history, 18.
18 and plus your Mafia lore is a 20. Hold on, I have to look because this is actually in my notes. On a 20, he's had a couple of wives. His first wife was also Myconid, but more in the sort of like further removed from ancient Myconid heritage, where she had sort of some like human features, either from interbreeding with humans or whatever, to where Fungo was born with sort of like her sort of features. And then her second wife was human. So their child together was Piopini.
Is just the two of them as like the only two children?
Yes, so on a 20, yeah, that's the only two children, and Vittorio's no longer married, both of his wives died, and on a 20, in kind of suspicious circumstances.
Okay, expected, yeah.
Yeah, and I think on a 20 also, Vittorio has placed Fungo in charge of running Santi Silenziosi's business here in Daybreak City, and kept Piopini closer to him, kind of at home. And there's been some drama around that, as like, obviously Daybreak City is their biggest market, so he's put Fungo in charge of their biggest market, but he kind of keeps his daughter a little closer, as like she's maybe more important to him or something. So there's some like infighting between the two of them about who like the real heir to the Santi Silenziosi sort of name and fortune is. So you're aware of that sort of tension between those two.
Okay.
Other names and faces you see around the room that you just first kind of glance into here. Baron Gates is here for your purposes, Bones. He's here sitting at a table across from a man named Kent's son, who some of you may or may not know, just playing poker.
Do I know Kent's son?
Roll me a history check.
I said, do I know kids?
Yeah, history check with my Daybreak City lore.
I don't know any of these.
Do I know this fat cat?
History. Bones.
18.
18. You know that Kent's son is the CEO of... where did it go? Oh, he's a CEO. I can't remember the name of the company, but he's the CEO of the company that built the subways, that built the Daybreak City subway stations.
Gotcha. Okay.
17.
Same result. You know that as well.
19.
Same result. You all know that. Kent's son. I should have the name of the company. I can't find it in my notes right now. But yes, he's the CEO of a company that helped build the Daybreak City subways.
So he would presumably know.
Potentially. He also has their company also built not just the subways, but like L trains and train stations. Kind of.
So the infrastructure.
Yeah, like travel infrastructure specifically.
So can I actually?
I think it's called Daybreak
actually, if I
City.
have, does that apply by vehicle lore then?
Yeah, eventually.
So that would be 21.
Yeah, still kind of the same result, but like any extras. And you probably know in 21 that their headquarters is located in Matnack, if that matters to you. Yeah, that may or may not matter, but just since you rolled a little higher, you broke that 20 threshold. It's a little extra information for you. I think it's called the Daybreak Transit Company.
More like the Daily Breakdown.
Got him. Sorry, this is irking me now. I want to find it.
Actually, is it reliable transportation, or is it actually... I know I made the joke. Is it like
I'm
New York
assuming
when it's
it's-
always breaking down?
Since it's new,
so it's like
Is it well maintained?
yeah, fairly well. So yeah, it all works fairly well.
I imagine if there's any issues, it's because it's a new technology, not so much that it's bad.
There we go. Daybreak Transit Company, CEO Kent Sun, founded. And yeah, it's all like it works fairly well, especially because it's new. And to a certain extent, some things are just like glitchy, but they take care of it pretty well. It's not terribly unreliable or anything. There's a stairs that goes upstairs. Patches, you as you mentioned, see Basilico and Porco are here as well. Porco's over playing pool as Basilico's playing poker. There are some more figures around that you guys I don't think recognize. Cadence, you recognize and can perhaps point this out to your party if you wish to. Rami Asher, the leader of the Rat Kings. Who is this white-scaled dragonborn in a pinstripe suit with sort of like a cane that he's walking around with. A big cigar hanging from his mouth. I say white-scaled, it's actually kind of, there's like a glittering sort of glimmer to it, like quartz almost. It's like a crystal dragonborn. And go ahead and roll me a perception or history check and apply your criminal lore.
Perception or history?
Yes.
14 perception.
Okay. You see two people sitting over near him, and you know their names. One of them is Rosie Malone, and one of them is Deadeye. There are a couple of the Rat Kings sort of like higher ups. You can see that they are like sitting at some slot machines over there, kind of half-heartedly paying attention to the slots they're playing, but mostly keeping an eye on Rami.
Yeah.
As he is kind of playing cards.
Yeah, I'll try to subtly throughout the night point that corner out to...
Over the course of some time, you alert your party to the fact that that is Rami. And just did a lot of describing of NPCs in like the first 10 seconds you guys walked into this place. But you guys have now walked into this place and see this all going on. Some eyes sort of meet all of yours as you're looking around. People are taking in everyone who just arrived at this place. And you kind of have the evening for the moment. There's games to play here if you wish to, or you can just kind of hang out and socialize. You guys tell me, anybody want to do anything particular in this first couple of moments?
I have just a quick comment first.
Yes.
Just so Bones knows, it is only an item interaction to retrieve something from my backpack. So if he wanted his rifle and I'm next to him, he can just literally just get it as an item interaction.
If I'm next to you, yes.
Yeah. So I'll probably spend most of the night hanging around Bones, but
Okay.
I'm probably just going to spend most of it just wherever Cadence is going, just kind of hanging with her.
Makes sense.
Especially if she's dropping some hot goss about who's who.
Hot
goss, say.
So much hot goss.
Was I supposed to be here ahead of time since like my other two?
No, you perhaps at the beginning here feel a little bit left out of the loop. You knew that Vittorio and Fungo were going to be here tonight. You didn't know Chiappini was in town at all. That's news to you. And you never got like an invitation that you were supposed to be here. So you maybe feel a little bit left out of the loop, or perhaps they just heard that you already got invited or something. But yeah, you have showed up here perhaps a little confused about why you weren't extended an invitation or something. But Fungo sees you come in and sort of points over at you and raises his hands, waves a little bit. Not really like a big goofy wave, but notes you and just kind of like gestures.
Like for me to go over there? Or,
No,
or
just kind of like a
acknowledgement?
gesture. He seems to be pointing you out to Vittorio and Chiappini, and they kind of turn to look in your direction too, but he doesn't seem to be like summoning you over or anything.
Okay.
But you can go if you wish to.
I mean, I feel like it probably should. Since the dawn's there, it wouldn't hurt.
That makes sense. So you guys, as Marble kind of follows Cadence over towards the bar, Patches begins to head over to the table with the Cremini family.
This is Rocky. He's a great listener.
Kind of like wave at him.
He looks over and waves at you. Says nothing. Patches, you step over to the Cremini family table, and Fungo says, "Hey, Patches, it's my pleasure to introduce you to my father, Don Vittorio Cremini.
and my beautiful younger sister, Piapini Cremini.
Hi, boss. It's a good to meet you, Adon and Piapini.
There's you see just like a faint sort of like spores from the cap of Don Vittorio. Piapini says, "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." And the Don reaches over and shakes a hand with you if you'll take his hand.
Yeah, I'll take a stand and shake it.
There's a brief silence. Then Piapini says, "My brother was just telling me that you have much to discuss, but perhaps not the time or place."
Yes, I hear we need to have a little conversation. So I believe we're doing that tomorrow.
Fungo says, "Yeah, we're gonna get together tomorrow, Patches, and I think we'll make everything very clear then, Father, about how it happened and our plans to make our way out of the hole that we've been dug into."
I'm sure we can work it out.
The Don sits expressionless and motionless. Obviously nothing to be read on the mushroom stalk that is his face. But Piapini kind of studies you, kind of interested, the strangeness of you. She says, "Are you a drinker?"
Occasionally. It's been a little while since I've had something, but I mean, I do like a little bit of wine.
You should go get us something.
Yes, of course. Do you have a preference?
I'll have what you're having.
You got it, the boss.
You head over to the bar to get some wine for yourself and Piapini. Oops, in a good position. Anyone else do anything particular in these first few minutes?
I am fascinated by Basil Man,
It's hard not to
and I need to go play around of poker with this Basil Man
Amazing.
and see if, like, when he lies, if he like puts off a weird basil fart.
Love it. So for poker, I do have some rules written down for this. If you wish to just play like a single hand of poker, it's a little bit more luck than skill.
Okay.
If you wish to commit to like a full 30 minutes of playing, you get to apply a little bit more skill, but it's a little more expensive. So would you like to like commit now to sitting here and playing poker for 30 minutes, or just play a hand? Totally up to
I
you.
just want to play a hand next to this Basil Man to see how
Understood.
he
To play, the blind is 1 copper, so you got to pay a copper to play a hand.
Oh, it's a copper. I was over here expecting to have to pay all the silver mark.
And let's see here. Give me a luck check and keep it secret from me. Once you have got your luck check there, tell me how much you wish to bet. To give you the full disclosure about how this works, after this, you will then also make your choice of an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check. There are some proficiencies you can apply to that.
Okay.
And then the highest result wins the hand when you add that to your luck check.
I'll do 4 marks.
4 marks.
Yeah.
Basilico studies what you put down. This weird green plant man with just a big giant bunch of basil sprouting from his head. Looks down, not entirely clear how he's even seeing, but slides forward some chips for 4 marks as well. He calls your bet. And then now you may make your choice of either an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check to play the rest of the hand. You can apply deception, persuasion, performance, insights, gaming kit if you have that proficiency.
Okay. I have deception.
Alright, so just give me a deception check. Remember your luck check for poker, of course.
And deception's 19.
Alright. So your total his total is 33.
Oh, dang.
And you added, 19 plus your luck check?
Oh, plus my luck check?
Yeah.
27.
Yeah, so he beats you.
Or no, wait, double. I had the 5, so we're in 7. 33.
Oh, it's a tie.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's just roll one more luck check here. If
Okay.
you ends up winning that, the roll is. You got a 9.
Got 4.
All right, he ends up winning the hand, but just barely. And you do, as you're playing poker with this guy, he's silent for the most part to start with as you start to play, at least till he gets through the first hand with you. And he slides over the the dealer moves your 4 marks of chips over to Basilico. And he looks over you and nods. Says, good game.
He does talk.
He does.
Does it come out of like a
He
weird
has,
leaf mouth?
it's a
Or?
little hard to tell in this art, but he has a mouth.
Okay.
It's the only. Sorry, it was in here. Hard to see, but it's the only like facial feature he has. Is just a mouth around
Okay.
where the nose
Oh,
should
there it
start.
is.
Is where it
There's
blooms
a
into
mouth.
basil leaves.
Okay.
Yeah, he speaks. He says it's a good game.
That was a good game. See,
I don't think I recognize you,
nor I you. Morisco. There's the whole name.
Basilico. And he shakes your hand. Feels like grabbing a leaf. It's a weird
Okay.
texture.
Does it like leave my hand smell
Yeah,
like
you,
basil?
at some point you discreetly smell your hand. It does kind of smell like basil, yep. I've got a couple of hand raises. I think Bones is first. Go ahead.
Hunter's Mark, Ramagesher.
Understood. Easy.
Grab a drink, just a ginger ale. I'll go sit down at that same table.
Okay, perfect. I'll move you over there. as well.
Preferably with a seat that looks past all of them towards the rest.
Okay, understood. Yeah, you can
It's on the
easily do
other
that.
side of him.
Probably on the other side of the Basilico.
And as I'm moving that token, Marvel, you had hand raised as well.
Yeah, I forgot to say I wanted to do this. Before we came inside, I wanted to give myself a gift of alacrity.
Got it. Yep, easy peasy.
Gotcha.
Can do.
And then, where did Bones go?
Right at the end there.
Okay.
Bones and Basilico and Morisco are playing.
Alright, I'll just stick with
okay.
Cadence. I might get like a
Okay.
non-alcoholic beverage as well. Maybe
Okay.
like a virgin cocktail of some sort.
Oh, I wanna-
The the bartender shakes.
Is,
you.
wait, is this an open bar?
They don't seem to be charging anybody.
Oh, well.
Say y'all are chumps.
Guys, we are here for a job.
But I want a nice red
Yeah.
weenie.
If you can't drink a cocktail and then shoot somebody,
A little bit of courage.
You're gonna need to drink a cocktail to do something.
Right. Outstanding. So yeah, is there, like, do you have any? Do you want? If you want, you can roll an insight check on Basilico and just get kind of like a read on him.
Yeah, I want to get a read, and I was going to ask where he's from, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
But
You can't ask people that.
I literally can, and I am. You said, what's that?
Yeah.
5.
5. Yeah, you don't get a great read on him from that game of poker. He seems to be deliberately putting on a poker face, literally.
Right.
But you ask him where he's from. He says, right here, born and raised.
Okay.
Brick City. You?
I am from across the sea over in,
Puerto Solterra.
Puerto Solterra.
You see he leans back a little bit. Says, Puerto Solterra.
See, I work in a restaurant there. If you've been there, you've probably eaten my food.
I actually have visited Puerto Solterra a number of times. Which restaurant?
It is El Encanto.
El Encanto. I have been, yeah. Yeah. It's good food. Very good food.
Thank you. I'm trying to imagine him eating, and I'm just like, I'm assuming he just opens his mouth
Just
and
juices
eats
on
normally.
him. Yeah, just all
Okay.
normal. All just human from about here down. So.
But he's just green. Is he green?
Yes.
Okay, he's
all
just a green human.
Just a green. Like from about where the nose should be down, he just kind of looks like a regular human-sized version of the green giant. It's just from there up is just
Okay.
blooming basil.
Forgive me for asking. Are you vegetarian? Do you eat seafood? Or
Nobody's had the balls to ask me if I'm vegetarian before. Well, one person did, and he looks over at Patches. No, I am not. Quite carnivorous, as a matter of fact.
oh, carnivorous even. Okay. See. Okay. Good to know.
And how about you? Where are you from? As you sit down, Bones.
A long way from overseas.
Close to the vest. Guess we're playing poker after all. Would you guys like to play another hand of poker, or just talk to this guy?
Sure. Okay. Another one.
Again, you good with just the luck version of this. If you want to sit for a whole 30 minutes to get to use more skill. So start with just a luck check. Let's see, going in order here, I think it's Basilico goes first.
It's 1 copper was the blind. He will put in 5 copper. Gold.
I'll put in also 5 copper.
All right.
So
Then go ahead, save your luck check, and make your skill check.
okay. You want the total now? Right?
Yeah, so now make your skill check and add it to your luck check. And as before you tell me that, he... we would just go with the original bet. Yeah, we're doing multiple rounds of betting. His total is 15.
34.
Okay. Yeah, you handily get that one back.
Okay.
So you get a total of a mark after putting in 5 copper. So you
So
profit 5 copper.
So Mark is 5 copper. Okay.
A mark is 10 copper.
Mark is 10 copper, so I got the extra half.
Yes.
Okay.
As you guys are playing this game, I'll jump to Ghost. Ghost, you doing anything particular?
Yeah, I guess. All my friends have abandoned me, and I don't know anyone here. Some Patches, who seems busy and dealing with very people that I probably shouldn't. So I'm gonna sit down next to Rami and start playing poker with him,
Outstanding.
or whatever they're playing over here.
I say he is actually playing blackjack. And you can see the table behind you with those 3 people sitting at it. There, actually, you look over there and probably a little bit excitedly. They're playing kobolds and golems. But you sit with Rami to play blackjack, which again you kind of play against the house, so you're just kind of also with him at this table. He doesn't say anything to you right away. He just kind of keeps playing, kind of ignoring you for the most part. If you would like to go ahead and play a hand here, roll me 2d12. 16, okay. It's basically just like blackjack. If you're trying to get to 21 without going over. The dealer turns over a 12, and he keeps his other card hidden until you've played through. So would you like to hit or stand at 16?
I'll hit.
All right. Give me another d12. You end up busting. Rami hits 3 times and gets 21 exactly. The dealer ends up busting. So Rami gets some money back. I forgot to tell you, you pay how much to play this game? Where is it? You could bet whatever you want. Sorry to tell you that now that you already know that you've lost, but tell me what you would have bet on that.
I'll do 5 copper because that was
Okay.
poker.
Makes sense. You lose your 5 copper, unfortunately. Rami gets a little bit back. And then I'm guessing you're maybe trying to do your gaming insight thing here?
I don't have proficiency in blackjack, but if I can just kind of like get a general read and sense of Rami, then I would love to.
Yeah, for sure. I'll let you just have gaming kit here as a general thing that you can use in this place. So roll me a gaming kit check. 14. You play, a few hands of blackjack with Rami here, and the trouble is that he's really kind of not interacting with you at all. He's basically just ignoring you and playing blackjack against the dealer here, not really like striking up a conversation. And you have a little bit of trouble like reading him based on that. He wins some hands, he loses some hands. He gets a little he gets maybe like disproportionately angry when he loses a hand, even though he clearly has enough money to do this all night. Yeah, you don't get a great read on him. He is above the board. He outrolled you there on the gaming kit check. So
yeah.
As you're doing that, Marvel, go ahead.
I guess I'm gonna look around the room. Is there any place that like these rat kings can bust in from?
Yeah. Are you going to go like actually poking around, snooping around corners and stuff, or just kind of look around the room?
I don't really want to draw too much attention to myself, so I'm probably gonna stay over where we're at.
Okay. So for now, just roll me an a perception check. Since you're not really investigating, you're just kind of looking around the room.
Do I think? Oh. Actually, no, I can walk around. I guess it wouldn't be weird if we just like walk around.
Yeah, just kind of walk around the room a little bit. Sure. You can give me an investigation.
Not very good. It's 7.
A
It
7.
was almost a natural 20, but
Yeah.
not quite.
As you walk through, even on a 7, just kind of passive perception, you can see that up past the stage is a hall that leads somewhere.
Can you move the map so I can see up there?
Yeah. You can see that up past where the music is being played, there's like a curtain drawn over, but you can see past the curtain around corners of the door that leads somewhere. You're not sure where.
Yeah.
There are, a number of windows people could potentially come through all throughout this place. Some pool tables. On a 7, you don't see any obvious points where this place would be like invaded other than just like the front doors. You do see that there's a staircase that goes upstairs. Do you go upstairs as well?
Are we allowed to?
There's nobody blocking it or anything.
Sure.
Yeah, you head upstairs, where you can see that there is kind of a little bit higher and swankier little room up here, where it seems to be kind of like the high roller tables. You see people are putting in much higher blinds at these poker tables, for example. The people seated up here, to answer your question, no obvious points of like interest or ingress or egress here other than just windows. There are windows.
Is that
up
like
here.
a super great just
No,
sitting
nothing
around?
super obvious like that. But you can see Olga Sinclair is up here, and she is playing poker with a couple other people. Roll me a history check to see if you recognize the other people. Or perception.
22?
22 is plenty to recognize both of them. The one that you recognize most easily, across from Olga, or across from you on the opposite end of the table, is Governor Cornelius Wainwright.
He's so fancy though. Look at that fancy raccoon.
He is the governor of Daybreak City. He is a raccoon person, about 6 feet tall, very portly and wide around the belly. He has kind of just a cheery expression on his face that is just kind of ever present. Dressed in a deep navy blue suit with a little pin on the lapel with a flag of Sol, tall blue top hat, a blue tie. The other person some people would not recognize, but you do, Nancy Samuels. She's the CEO of Samuels Ether Transmission, who essentially founded the idea of a power grid. Her company, 30 or 40 years ago, I think the Lordoc, founded started the power grid of Daybreak City that kind of delivers ether to places to have like household electricity and household gas and stuff like that. Again, not real world terms here, it's not literally electricity and gas, but the system that delivers magic to households and businesses so they can have appliances and stuff like that. Truly a visionary and a revolutionary in Arcanotech is why you recognize her. And very rich as a result. CEO of Samuels Ether Transmission.
So,
those are the people here.
so the person who screwed me over and the person who really made this city what it is across from each other.
Yeah. Kind of some maybe misaligned interests here or something.
I guess I'll just sit on the couch for a little bit. And what I'm probably also going to be doing is I was told to network. So I'm just going to be just putting business cards everywhere.
Just setting them down places.
Sitting down. So I'm just going to sit down and I'm just going to kind of just eavesdrop for a
The
bit.
most
Yeah,
introverted
I
way
like
to
it.
network.
Or is it like acceptable to just watch people play? Or is that rude?
Give me maybe an insight check.
If you're hot, it's fine. If you're not hot, you can't.
It's only a 10.
On a 10, you don't feel like you're committing a social faux pas by just sitting up here and kind of listening.
Would it be rude to like stand over there with them and watch them play?
On
Or
a
is that-
10, you're not sure. I'll let you guess that answer yourself.
Actually, could I? I'm gonna go up to the red dealer.
Okay. He is.
I'm gonna like not to the chair, just like up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of looks in your direction.
Is it rude to watch? I'll like motion to them.
His mouth, like where a mouth would be, kind of just like glows on and off, like sparkling with light from somewhere inside, and a voice just kind of emanates from inside of there. It says, "Most of our guests prefer privacy, but it's not my decision."
I'm not trying to make waves. I'll just thank you, and then I will. As I'm walking out, I'll just put a business card on that table. And
Yeah.
I just keep on walking
Set it on
around.
the side table and keep walking
Yeah.
around. Yeah. You just continue kind of doing some passes. looking
Actually, I'll put
around.
3 down because just in case each of them wants one.
Yeah, of course. I like it. And yeah, you kind of walk around, continue to see the games to be played here and stuff. I think the one that, for you as an artificer, perhaps is the most interesting here is they do have slot machines, which are very simple affairs. They literally have playing cards in them that just, spin and they line up, and if you get a match, you get...
What's outside there? I don't know if you can like zoom out just so we can get like a quick overview.
Oh, yeah. That is just like the alley outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like a courtyard or something.
Yeah, so that's I've placed the other room like off to the side there, but it's
It's above-
just
I got
it's
you,
actually
I got
above it.
Okay.
Just for the sake of having it somewhere on the map.
I guess just like as I'm walking around, just keep putting business cards everywhere.
Yeah, setting around business cards. I like it.
When I see Marvel come back down, can I reach out to him telepathically?
Yeah, of course.
I'll ask him, should one of us wait upstairs? Tap your foot twice if I should go.
I'll have to think for that. He just kind of shrugs.
Yeah, you get a shrug.
Like,
Okay. I'll finish my game and then I'll go poke around myself. Sure.
All right, cool. You finish up your game of blackjack. Rami never says a word to you, or even really regards that you are present.
Before I leave, can I tell, is Rami armed at all, like visibly?
Give me a perception check or investigation. Ooh, nat 20. Yeah, he has. You see the outline of a gun underneath the sort of side of his like rib cage, where he has like a holster strapped to his side.
Okay. I'll reach out telepathically and just inform everybody.
Yep. I think you also.
Sorry, my party, not the entire casino.
Right.
Here's a gun! He's got a gun!
I think also because you rolled a nat 20 for 28 and you are a wizard. You on his he's wearing a lot of like hand jewelry, rings and like a watch and other nice stuff. But you clock one of the rings as being magical, just because you rolled a nat 20 there. He's got some kind of magic ring on in addition to his gun.
I just wanted to make sure you heard Ghost. I went ahead and just tapped my foot. No, I don't think. Yeah.
Yep. Marvel gives a tap that you don't really need to go upstairs, but you still can if you so wish.
I'll at least like poke my head up just so that I have a lay of the land.
Yeah, you at least poke up to kind of see what upstairs looks like, and you see up there is Olga Sinclair and a couple of people that I don't think there's any way for you to recognize. Clearly kind of the high roller section of this casino. Mauricio, go ahead.
Marisko just wears his rapier. Is that going to be weird?
You get a couple of looks, but it looks ornamental. It
Right.
looks like you're just kind of wearing it to almost
Alright.
like a military sort of beret. Or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
no,
just
you're
making sure.
fine. You
Okay.
get some looks, but nothing, nobody tells
Is
you
your
to take
rapier
it off
like
or anything.
like a cooking rapier of some sort, like a skewer?
It's a
He's got a little
spatula.
fork at the end.
Swordfish.
Swordfish.
Bones, go ahead.
So I'm essentially committed to staying over here until the action starts because I want to keep an eye over in that corner. But while I'm here, I'm going to commit to doing like 20 or 30 minutes of gambling
yeah.
until it happens.
Love it. So for extended poker time, let's see here.
Can I do this at the same time?
Yeah, so you can both do it for sure.
I'll
Well,
end over there with them so that he can get the gun for me, and
Got
I'll
it.
just watch.
you guys each pay 10 copper, so 1 mark. Oh, yeah, that's correct. 1 mark. And then give me a luck check. Keep it secret from me.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
This one roll is kind of representing the whole time that you're playing. Full disclosure, you will next make 2 skill checks and add them to this luck check instead of just the 1. And I think, well, Bones, you can make your bet first.
So we get our hands. Lines come around to me, and I'm going to look to Gates and be like, "Tell me, Mr. Gates, what is the value of that ship?"
He looks over and says, "Oh, Bones, I didn't even see you arrive. Sorry, the value of the airship?
The value of the airship.
I mean, all told, it's hard to place a single number to it. I mean, we've invested an incredible amount of money into it over the years.
I can't believe Bones is talking to the table across, and not the people at his own table.
It's one big table.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
two-
yeah.
Two half tables, you're right. Well, we're sitting close to
Yeah,
each other.
you can discuss across the table.
Damn,
across the
I
shoulder.
really wanted to be in a hand with him, though.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
pick
what
him over. Yeah, pick him over.
Bless. Wonderful.
I picked these seats pretty
You
arbitrarily.
gotta switch it up.
And sorry, you said it was 10 copper blind?
Yes, 10 copper to play for 30 minutes. Essentially,
Wonderful.
you're essentially doing 10 hands. Which representing with a single roll, so we don't sit here all night.
For sure. And as I say this, I push in a pretty large blind bet.
Yeah. Gates says, I think all told, I'd put it around 30,000 marks.
It's quite a lot of money.
It is
Put in my
quite-
bet, go around.
Quite a lot of money indeed. I'm just glad it survived.
I am too.
And what is your, after done blinds, what is your bet? Do you have the opening bet?
I will go ahead and put in an additional bet of... Who is with me? It's Morisco, Basilico, and Gates. I'm going to put in a bet of 20 marks.
20 marks, okay.
Sorry.
Gates. You fold.
That's bad.
Makes sense. Gates, Basilico calls, puts in 20 marks. Gates raises to 30. And then it's to you.
Of course, I
I call.
Basilico calls. So it's all 30 marks since there's 90 marks in the pot currently.
Jesus Christ.
God.
So now we are going to do another skill check and then there'll be another round of betting.
You just said persuasion is one of the options here, right?
Yes, you can do persuasion, performance, deception, insight, gaming kit check, whatever you want to do.
My luck check was a 1, by the way.
Good call. Probably good to pull. And then I think it's your betting.
I'll check around.
Basilico checks. Gates puts in another 20 marks for a total of 50.
This absolute rat bastard.
I understand if it's a little rich for your blood being unemployed and all.
Call.
Basilico folds.
Actually, I am not unemployed. I think that all closing doors are new opportunities. I have found very enlightening work.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear that.
I'm pleased to hear the ship survived. I know this might come as a surprise, but I do care about her very deeply.
No, I don't doubt that at all, frankly. One more round of betting.
Just think if he dies in the shootout, he dies.
Shoot. It's gonna suck a lot if you don't win.
59 marks.
He will slide over to match you. Well, he will. I guess he sees your chips. He knows if you're all in or not.
I'm all.
Okay, cool. He will match you. So the pot now is 59 plus 59 is 118 plus Basilico's 30 is 148 marks. I've left the dice face up over here. He got a 15 on his luck check, an 18 on his second skill check, plus 5 for 23, a 12 on his second one, plus 5 for 17. So the total is 55.
What'd you have?
My luck check was a natural 20.
Oh shit.
My first skill check was a 15 plus 6 for 21. And my second skill check was another natural 20 plus 6.
Oh,
Way!
Amazing.
Incredible. That's insane.
You could almost buy that car now.
I can also
As you reveal, what's the hand that Bones reveals?
It's something very, it is a 7-2. It's a 7-2 suited that he ends up winning on Full House. And when he takes the winnings, he gently donates a couple of marks to Baron Gates and says, "Tell me, what's the value of a human life?"
The dealer slides you over your chips, and you
How much is it? I was not paying
it's
attention.
142 marks.
So 140, but the 2 you donated.
Yeah, it's 140 after you
140.
slide 2 his way. He says, I know you're trying to be cute, but there is a number for that, in case you were curious.
I am curious.
Have to talk to the legal department. Depends, I suppose. I can tell you that it would have been really expensive if you would have gotten Percival killed. It would have cost our company a lot of money if you got yourself killed.
It was a calculated risk.
Well, good. I'm glad you felt comfortable taking a calculated risk with somebody else's money. And he drags the 2 chips over to himself, disgruntlement on his face.
I'm glad you felt so comfortable not taking a calculated risk with so many lives.
It's not the business I'm in, Bones.
Is it good business?
He looks at his pile of chips, which is still more than
sure.
the ones you just dragged in, and says, yeah, it's a pretty good business, Bones.
I'm glad to hear it.
Enjoy your night. And he gets up and walks away from the table. Roll me an insight check.
He's pissed.
No way.
It's a 20.
Another
Jesus Christ. That, you could have taken 1 mark from him or 500 marks.
Right.
It would have hurt just as much.
Love that.
the insult to him is having lost to you. It does not
Right,
matter how
right.
much money you took.
Perfect. Wonderful.
He gets up and kind of walks over to the bar to grab something to drink. Cadence, go ahead.
Nothing that deep. When Marble goes upstairs the first time, I'll make my way over to it. I didn't know there was pool back there, so I'll order a Manhattan, then I'll go play some pool.
Hell yeah.
Keep an eye on the room, and try to keep in eyesight of obviously Solomon and Rocky if they need anything.
Yeah, no, you're good. Rocky is just sitting at the bar, not drinking, just sitting there.
Yeah.
Solomon seems to be in a conversation with Mick. And then Patches is on his way back to the bar with wine for himself and the Cremini family. We'll do your pool first here. There's several people you could play with, but just for the sake of NPCs that have faces, you head over where Porco Bianchi, this pig man, is playing pool. Or he just finished a game, is kind of waiting for someone to play with. Says, "Want to play?
I'd love to.
You rack 'em, or I will. Your choice."
I'll rack 'em.
There is no formal casino betting structure here. You can just bet whatever you want. He looks at you.
Oh, I don't gamble, so that can be a problem. Just for the thrill of pool.
I suppose not. He looks like it's too late for him to say say no.
Oh, you don't have to. There's a bunch of other nameless NPCs I could play with.
No. The Porco gets in too deep, and then it's I guess now I'm playing a game of pool for no reason. But he nonetheless waits for you to rack him, and then he goes to break. We're gonna make contested your choice of intelligent, wisdom, or dex checks. You can apply perception, investigation, sleight of hand, gaming kit. Once a player has won 3 contested checks, they can start shooting for the 8-ball, which will require its own separate check. So
Got it.
make your choice of int, wisdom, or dex check, and you can apply a proficiency if you have one of those available listed. He got a 7.
I got 24.
All right, cool. He breaks and doesn't sink anything, and you go on a run, sinking about 3 stripes in a row before you finally miss one. He says, "Well, guess I'm glad I didn't bet on this after all."
I think you will be.
Give me another check. This time he got a 15.
24 again.
He puts in 1 ball and then scratches, and then you go on another little run where you've only got 2 of your stripes left, and he's got 8 solids left. One more check. 13?
17.
All right, you are just absolutely making quick work of Porco Bianchi here. You are now at the point where you can start shooting for the 8-ball. Give me a DC 18 check. If you crit fail this, meaning 12 or less, you will accidentally sink the 8-ball and lose.
12.
Oh no! That was the crit fail threshold.
Yeah.
I don't know what this says about Cadence to fully run the table on Porco Bianchi, who has still only sunk 1 ball, but then accidentally put the 8-ball into the wrong pocket. As he finishes up, he kind of I thought I was done for there.
I thought you were too. Good game.
Meanwhile, Patches, you arrive back at the Cremini table with your glass of wine. Did you have something else you want to do at your hand race, I think?
Oh, I mean, it was just for that. So
Just to get back to this? Okay, cool.
yeah, I'll walk back over there with the wine.
Yeah, what kind of wine does Patches bring up?
I was gonna ask if I could kind of like insight or something to guess what if she was a red or a white?
Give me an insight check.
She's a mushroom.
18.
18. You actually saw when you said that you have a glass of wine from time to time, a look of maybe disappointment on her face as if she's not much of a wine person. You would take her for a white person if she was either, but your guess is she probably doesn't actually like wine.
Could have given her something else then.
Absolutely, yeah. What do you get? You're not sure what she does like. You're just sure she probably doesn't like wine. She strikes you as like some sort of clear liquor person.
I would try and think of the most stereotypical Ruxy drink that I could think of.
I'm trying to think of like the stereotypical Italian drink.
An Aperol Spritz.
Yeah, probably an Aperol Spritz.
Just a glass of limoncello.
Just a glass of limoncello. That's it. Just a shot of limoncello.
Agua de Crudo.
She's gonna be like, this is why we shouldn't trust this guy.
You come back with 2 shots of limoncello.
I feel like that's something that Patches would do.
Absolutely, for sure. And she actually kind of smiles at it and takes the shot glass and says, "Oh, efficient. I like it." And takes her shot of limoncello.
She'll take it with her.
She thinks your shot glass.
$5.
Says, "We'll have to unpack a lot more tomorrow, but what actually happened? Fungo tells me all sorts of tall tales." And Fungo says, "I don't tell no tall tales. Patches, you tell her the truth. You can trust me."
I mean, I don't think my boss would lie to you.
Diplomatic answer, I like it.
I feel like it's a better spoken, not amongst listening ears.
All right, you're probably right.
I'll like look like I'm about to leave and
Like, I'm gonna enjoy the party a little bit. I mean, you know what they say, money's a lot like a pasta. You can't get enough of it.
Yeah, a classic Aruxia saying.
It's unlimited.
Enjoy the party, Patches. And you head off from the Cremini table for now. Do you do any more particular?
Yeah, I want to go do mind gambling now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's slot machines. The games that haven't been played yet are craps or slots or kobolds and golems.
Where's the game where I just roll a d100?
It's basically the slot machine. It's not a D100, it's a D20. But you could do a D100 instead if you
Okay,
want. Just
well,
take
of course,
96 to
obviously,
100. Yeah, so you step over to these slot machines. Again, they're fairly simple little mechanical machines that you just pull a lever and there's 10 cards in each slot, 10 through ace. Oh, sorry, not 10 cards, the 6 cards, 10 through ace. Basically, it costs a copper to play. You roll a D20, and if you get a 20, you get back a mark and 5 copper. So you can instead just do 96 through 100 on D100 if you'd
I
like.
mean, might as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Copper to play once.
Time to find out what the wheel sounds like on the microphone.
Let's hear the wheel for the first time, everybody. Oh, no wins. You get 2 aces, and then the last one comes up a 10.
Boring.
Go again.
Of course.
Another copper. Oh, so close. Go again. No, still not. 3 copper down.
What we're doing for the next 2 hours.
4 copper down. 5 copper down. Chat will post a video. Oh, so close again. 5 or 6 copper.
I don't even want it.
Oh my god, 95. So 7 copper down. Marble, yes.
You said these slot machines are mechanical.
Yeah, they're not even magical. They just truly there's a lever.
I feel like I could somehow cheat it with my mechanics tools?
If you want to disassemble this
without
machine.
inobviously do it, or is it would it actually just take actually?
Yeah, I think you would have to truly take it apart to do it. Roll me a machinist tools check. not to actually do anything, but to suss the thing out.
It's going to be 14.
A 14. You can like watch how it works, and you kind of run through the math really quick in your head, and like it favors the house by a bit. Obviously, you're in a casino, but
Yeah.
you know, you don't see an obvious way that you could like rig it or
Yeah.
like cheat without actually like tampering with the machine. You can try to tamper with the machine discreetly if you wish to.
Yeah, I'm not a discreet person. But can you put me next to Bones? Because I want to end up over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for what it's worth, after he leaves, I do look to Reese go, sorry to shoulder you out like that. I have a little beef with that guy. That felt very good.
I was going to ask if it was a friend of yours.
Yeah, a friend.
friend.
Yeah, I was hoping to have been there for
I
that
see.
if I could have.
Yeah.
And from that point on, he plays much friendlier. He does not. He does not pull that shit.
No, I want to be next to Bones.
Don't worry about it. If you have beef, that's go with me.
It's
I only lost 1 copper out of it, so
It's a long story, but the short version is that I took a gamble with company property to save a lot of lives, and the town called me a hero, and he fired me for reckless endangerment of the company property.
It was impressive.
Yes. I'm sure they had no trouble claiming all of the credit for those lives saved in the paper the next morning, though.
they take the good credit and shoulder you with the bad.
Yes. This is the way of things.
In Daybreak City, it seems like.
I like to think karma is a little bigger than Daybreak City and finds a way to pay who deserves it.
As you guys are having this conversation, you see that Rami leaves the blackjack table and comes over to sit to play some poker with Kent's son at the table across from you guys. And around that same time, the front door of this place opens. What's Boss up to? He's probably just standing over by this plant.
Probably. Standing there watching.
Like a pretty safe
Yeah.
bet.
Wait, there was a bookcase up at the top, right?
That's true. He might be looking at books, but
Yeah.
we'll
Enjoying the
for now.
music, too.
Yeah, enjoying. Oh yeah, he does like music. Stepping in the front door comes a figure that some of you maybe recognize. Marvel, you rolled for this. You recognize him. Cadence, you certainly do. Father Elias Hastings, the Archbishop of the Holy Numenorian Church. And kind of a weird quiet falls over the room as he steps in, like a hush. Like people kind of. Everyone is surprised to see him here. And as he starts walking through the room, silence kind of follows him. Like people don't want him to hear what they are talking about. Like everyone goes quiet when he gets close. He's getting some nasty looks from a lot of people in this room. But he nonetheless makes his way over in the direction of where Solomon and Mick Eisenhower are seated. And anyone close enough to hear, which I think is probably all of you actually. Here's Solomon say, Father Hastings, what a pleasant surprise. Elias just says, Solomon, what brings you to the Gilded Parlor, Your Holiness? You strike me neither as the type to gamble nor to celebrate. It's not the found who need guidance, Mr. Dimitri, but the lost. Necrasiel did not fear chaos, but made order from it. Well said, Your Holiness. And what exactly is the order that you intend to impose on this otherwise lovely evening? Solomon kind of gestures at the room and takes a sip of his martini. Elias looks around the room and says, lovely. What is so lovely about this evening? The people's representatives rubbing shoulders with criminals? The laws being broken with reckless abandon by those wealthy and privileged enough to ignore them? Or perhaps is it that the doors are kept closed so you don't have to lay eyes on those you consider beneath you? Solomon says, Elias, have I struck a nerve? I didn't know you were capable of such liveliness. He stands from the table, Solomon does, and straightens his tie a little bit. He says, now, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave the two of you to your business. That is why you came here, yes, business. You see, you can ride on your high horse all you want, Father Hastings, but here you are nonetheless, in the game with the rest of us lawless sinners. And he pulls his own chair out to make space for him to sit down next to Mick Eisenhower and walks kind of over towards the bar. Elias, maybe a little begrudgingly, but nonetheless, takes Solomon's seat and sits down next to Mick. And everyone kind of, after observing that weird moment of drama, kind of goes back to what they were doing. Cadence, go ahead.
I'm lip reading the hell out of whatever Father Elias and Eisenhower were talking
Amazing. Roll me a perception
Yeah,
check.
I'm gonna try to eavesdrop.
I would also
Where am
love to eavesdrop.
Eavesdropping. No,
It's only gonna be an 11 for me, but I will pull out my fan to kind of just like, kind of use it to like hide kind of what I'm trying to look.
Yeah, makes sense. So perception checks.
19.
19.
Mersco tries to listen in by walking to the bar, which is further away because I rolled really poorly.
Right.
So
Makes sense.
that was only like a 10.
Gotcha. And
I only
then
got an 11.
11.
Which is unfortunate.
And then Cadence. You've got some leg up here just for being able to read lips. You don't have to roll for that, but what's your perception check?
It's only an 8 unless I'm allowed to use my passive.
You kind of can, and like irrespective, you have the lip reading thing. There's
Yeah.
no roll required to read lips. You just don't hear what they're saying audibly.
Right.
Bones, you're a little closer and pick out some of the words. You, Bones, catch. So first, Elias reaches into an inside pocket and slides over a letter in an envelope to Mick, which he takes and sticks into his own pocket. And the two of them just kind of sit there in silence for a couple of moments after that, kind of waiting for the attention to be off of them. They seem to be acutely aware of the fact that they are in a busy room full of people and probably should not be talking about anything super important in here. But once they feel reasonably confident that they're not being directly observed, and actually on that note, make a stealth check to try to do this discreetly.
Well, you can't roll above like a 6 tonight, so. 14.
14.
An actual 6.
You see both Mick and Elias like scanning the room to make sure that they're not being watched, and just like you're trying to be sly, but you like accidentally make eye contact with Elias at one point. And they continue to just kind of sit there for a moment. They don't sit there all night just staring at each other in silence.
Oh, I do actually have something for this. I'm sorry, I do actually have something for this. I'm gonna use ambush maneuver and add a superiority die to my stealth.
Okay, sweet, yeah. Let's see it.
Makes it, what did I say earlier?
14.
14, so it makes it an 18.
An 18? Okay. They make a point of sort of turning their heads away and look, and they also wait until the music kind of swells. They wait till kind of like a loud moment of the drums kind of going crazy, and these drums are just playing themselves. You see that they just like vibrate on their own without even drumsticks or anything. But you catch a couple of words. You two, Bones and Cadence, catch Mick says Finch apparatus. Hastings says Tide Harvester. And then Hastings also says Sleepwalker. You just pick up those few little words. But you don't get enough context to know what they're talking about.
What was that?
exactly.
It was Tide...
Finch apparatus, Tide Harvester, Sleepwalker are the bits of conversation that you pick out. And just to narrate this above, because I don't think I've actually said it out loud, Vanera was an Oniromancer, a dream wizard or sorcerer who did dream magic. And there's kind of a colloquialism for that kind of mage, Sleepwalker.
Yeah. Oh, I told her that earlier.
And on the 19, Bones, you pick up a little. Both of you really. Cadence, Bones, you both pick up some like body language here, even though they're obscuring their words specifically. It looks like Hastings came here informing Mick about something, and then Mick is like asking him some follow-up questions. Elias asks some follow-up questions to that. And then they kind of end their conversation there for now.
Do I know anything about the Finch apparatus?
Roll me an Arcana
Yeah, I
check.
was gonna say, I doubt any of the other than Sleepwalker. I'm guessing those don't mean anything to me.
So you make an Arcana checks if you wish to.
14.
24.
On a 14, you've never heard of a Finch apparatus or a Tide Harvester. 24, Arcana. You have never. Are you proficient in Arcana?
Proficient in Arcana, yes. Radio, music, flight, siege weaponry.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if anything applies here, really. You've never heard either of these terms, Tide Harvester or Finch apparatus. Yeah, it was a really good roll, but I don't think you've ever heard these terms. I can't think of a justification for how you would have heard them.
Right.
Sleepwalker you've heard of, for sure. An Oniromancer, a dream mage. Actually, you know what? On 24, you know the term Sleepwalker. You don't know the term Finch apparatus. Something clicks thinking about a Sleepwalker in the same conversation as a Finch apparatus. The name Finch is ringing a bell to you as like a person's name, and you kind of noodle it for a minute. You are aware of a well-known Oniromancy author, like a dream magic author named Silas Finch.
Silas Finch. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nifty.
Okay. But after that short stint where Elias comes in here, delivers that letter, has a short conversation with Nick, he gets back up and just kind of makes his way back out of this place. He really came here for one purpose and fulfilled it, and begins to walk out of this place. A silence again kind of falls behind him as he leaves, and the music kind of it reaches the end of end of a song and goes down to a lower volume, just in time for Elias to walk out of here, and Solomon to just say loud enough for everyone in range to hear, just fucking prick. There's some cheers and laughs around the room.
Raise my Manhattan.
Can I do something real quick?
Yes, go ahead, Marvel.
So as he's walking out and everyone's kind of distracted, I'm gonna walk over to the table that no one else is sitting at. I'm just gonna put more business cards down.
I love it. Yes.
Dropping
Business cards on the tables. Nick Eisenhower sitting at the table next to the one where you throw the tables down or the cards down, reaches and picks one up and just kind of looks at it, sets it back down, but studies it for a second.
Yeah. Automatons, they're constructs. Are they from a separate plane, or are they actually someone built them?
Give me an Arcana check.
Do I get to add any? What's Arcana?
You can Arcana.
I have
check.
Arcana. Okay.
I'll take the same.
You said Arcana?
Yeah.
16.
It's not very good. I'm rolling real crap. 15.
15 and 16, both. There is the plane of, no, it's called Gnosis, I think. Gnosis or Axiarch, one or the other. Either way, there is a plane that constructs are sort of the celestials of that plane, the sort of beings that inhabit it. But then also, people make constructs. Something like this, like an intelligent humanoid construct that seems to be the CEO of a business, that is not commonplace. This is a marvel of either technology or this is a sentient being from another plane. Could be either one, you're not sure which on the 16 or 15.
Gotcha. Then I'll just go return back to wherever Bones did next to Bones.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna roll to see if I kind of want to. Is it an asshole move to give one to the Cremini?
Do it.
Fungo Cremini.
I'll do it. I'll walk over and I'll just kind of just hand him one, and then I take it. I'll just, without saying anything, I'll just go walk back over and stand next to Bones.
You step over and extend this card, and he looks at it. Says, "What is this supposed to be?"
Business card.
Business card. What am I fucking? what is you're handing out business cards? This is a. Oh, you came in there with patches.
Yeah.
Friend, it is awfully evasive, this one with his business cards. He looks over at Piampini and Vittorio. Piampini says, "If you don't mind, we were in the middle of something."
Sorry. And I'll just kind of turn and just walk away.
Before you go, she reaches out for the card, takes it, sticks it in her pocket.
They don't know that this is the man who ruined your plan. This is the man who is the reason you don't have all your money.
I didn't even make that.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't really. That's why I was like, should I give them my
funny.
business card? And I go, yeah.
It's up to Ghost. You haven't chimed in a while. What's Ghost get up to after he goes and checks upstairs?
Yeah, I think I clocked the fact that, first of all, these are probably the only windows in this place.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
So I think I'm good. What's the buy-in for the high rollers?
That is a 1 mark blind.
Yeah, I'll go. I just made 100 marks. I'll go sit down between Olga and Cornelius, and I'll just play it.
Love it. Do you want to commit to 30 minutes of playing here so you can use more skill, or do you want to play a hand?
I'll commit to 30 minutes, and I'm going to keep an eye on the windows and just in case anybody tries breaking in here.
Understood. So, to play a full 30 minutes, you got to put in 10 marks for 10 blinds. As you sit down, Olga kind of nods at you and says, "Good to see you again."
You as well.
She looks over to the other 2 people seated at the table with her and says, "This is an associate of mine. His name's Ghost. He was one of the heroes who saved the day at the Sinclair Cup yesterday."
It's quite alright if you don't recognize me. That story was very far back on the paper.
Cornelius says, "Well, I'm just glad that you were able to make it into the papers, and more importantly, that you were able to prevent that horrible, horrible thing from being worse than it was. I mean, it was still terrible, terrible business, and well, I'm just happy that we won't be seeing any kind of destruction like that again, now that the APSA is in effect."
Yes, quite terrible. Especially terrible for Miss Sinclair. She sponsored the race.
Well,
Can't be good publicity.
Cornelius says, "No, we can't control the uncontrollable. As long as this kind of dangerous technology is in the hands of the public, terrible things are going to happen. That's nobody's fault but our own until we do the right thing and take these kinds of dangerous arms out of the hands of people that aren't equipped to use them."
Are any of the people here armed?
Give me a perception check or investigation. You see that Cornelius has the outline of a pistol under his jacket, but Olga does not. Nancy does not. Neither of them appear to be armed. Actually, no, that's a 26. Olga has like a knife that you see discreetly hidden, in like an ankle strap down near her shoes, like underneath her long evening gown.
How'd you make her hot?
Because she was pitched to me as, and I quote, a femme fatale.
Yeah, sure was. I'll just kind of nod at Cornelius, kind of paying extra attention towards the holstered gun and say, "Yes, wouldn't want anyone with dangerous technology." And then I'll just kind of play a game and see if I can get a read on these people.
Hell yeah. Roll me a luck check. I don't know if you can do like secret so I can't see it.
I can't, but
You could just
I
not
can
look,
just I could just roll some dice.
So if you got a D20 over there, you can just roll there.
Yeah. Also, I have playing card set proficiency if that helps me.
That will apply to the checks that you make to actually compete. For the luck check kind of tells you what your hand is.
Alright.
And then roll me a D4. This is just for who places their bet first.
It's a 4.
Okay, so that's gonna be Nancy. Nancy just calls. She's only in for the blind of 10 marks currently. But, and then that goes to Cornelius. He will raise it to 20 marks. That was it to you.
I will Bold.
All right. Olga will chill call at 20 marks, and I'm going to do this very briefly because now it's just my NPCs playing against each other. It ends up being kind of a close hand, but Cornelius ends up winning it and raking in.
Does Nancy also raise?
No, she folds as soon as anyone raised. Sorry, I didn't say that, but yeah, she folds as soon as anyone raised. Olga, and again, this is representing 10 full hands of poker, so this is all one hand anyway. But over the course of 30 minutes or so of playing, Cornelius kind of comes out on top, with Olga kind of seconds right behind. And then if you wish to go ahead and do like your gaming check insight situation, you can absolutely do that.
25.
Nice. You get a solid read on all these people and kind of their play styles. Olga, you kind of already did this last time. Her style in poker is, fairly similar to how it was in chess. She does a lot of bluffing and a lot of trying to bait people into making bad bets. Nancy is very calculating. She doesn't have a bluff bone in her body, so she just only plays a hand if it's very strong. So she, doesn't do all that well up here at the high roller table. And then Cornelius, he seems to... Maybe this isn't really a read on him as a person, unless you believe in prescriptive luck, which you do, so I'll just say it. He's just got really good luck. This guy just keeps getting dealt great hands, and he knows how to play them. He's good at it, but he also seems to just be in the right place at the right time, and knows how to capitalize on a good situation.
Cool.
But Cornelius seems to not know when to fold. There's a couple times that he plays some bad hands and ends up losing. So it's like he wins this 30 minutes of poker because because he doesn't quite know when, or because he just gets really lucky.
Noted.
Yeah.
It's infuriating that nobody else can speak telepathically.
Eventually someone will probably get Rari's.
I should have left 20 with specs, but it's fine.
At some point in that 30 minutes, Rami gets up from his game with Kent and goes to walk upstairs to sort of the high roller table as well. If anybody is tailing Rami upstairs, you're welcome to.
I'll follow him upstairs.
All right. For what it's worth, as Ghost is upstairs playing poker before Rami goes upstairs, Solomon steps over and, as you're finishing up your game with Porco, says, Porco, how are you? Says, yeah, good to see you there, Solomon. Why don't you take a crack at this? I'm going to go grab myself a smoke. Go ahead, Marvel.
Oh, I wanted to play a game of mechanics too. He did too.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'll wait until Solomon's done.
Yeah, sure.
Interrupt their game. But
Yeah.
I'll probably come over and I guess watch.
That makes sense. You kind of stand at the side and watch. As you step up and as the two of them are playing, he looks over to you. I need to ask you an important question. You've told him about Marble, right?
Yes.
And then you haven't told him, don't tell Marble that I know you or have you. I guess, tell me what Solomon knows about you and Marble.
I assumed I would have told him I met Marble doing my recon on the underground fighting pits.
Yeah.
That Marble has a mech suit.
Right.
But it was a racer at the time. I assume he knows. I wouldn't have kept anything from
Mostly
him.
what I'm wondering is, would you have told Solomon, if you ever meet Marble, don't tell him that I told you this stuff? Or have you been just
I
you see
see what you're saying. Yes.
Because I'll give you the context. I was about to have Solomon be like, oh, you must be Marble. But, has Caden said, let's keep this on the down low? You know what I
No,
mean?
I don't think she would have. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
As you step up, Marble, to watch them play, he says, oh, you must be Marble.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you, Solomon Dimitri.
Pleasure to meet you too.
He begins to sort of put some chalk on the end of his cue stick. Give me a contested check here.
See if I can stay under my own hubris this time.
This is always the challenge, isn't it? He got a 21.
Dirty 20.
Oh, so close. Let me double check that.
Well, actually, real quick. Did he introduce himself, or did he just say, "I know who you are"?
He said something.
Do I recognize that name?
Give me a history check. With Daybreak City.
Or I'm assuming, I guess first off, for me that has
Wait, you
Cadence
might say what?
mentioned.
Probably
I mean, you
not.
said you mentioned like one person by name.
So if you're not actually a stat weapons guy, I should pull it up and give this
14.
14, you know what Cadence has told you about him. I don't think you would recognize his name outside of that, but you basically just know him as like Cadence's boss and
Yeah.
leader of the symphony.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's probably all I really. Yeah. A gangster.
A gangster?
Okay, Paul, this is actually 23.
Oh shit.
Alright, next round.
Worse by the second.
19.
19.
Hey, so you guys kind of stay tied there as he sinks a couple balls, and then you and him each sink 2 balls back to back, staying pretty tightly in competition with one another. Only a 15.
22.
All right, cool. You guys are each at 1 success so far as you sort of catch up with them. He says, "You really ought to take up betting, Cadence. You could make a lot of money."
Not my taste.
17.
18.
All right, you're up by 1. 28.
27.
Oh my god. All right, you're neck and neck again, 2 and 2. 24.
Bad 11.
All right, he is going to take his first shot for the 8 ball. And sinks the 8 ball. As you have just like your last 2 balls to hit, he sinks the 8 ball on a pretty cool like ricocheting shot off of one of the rails. And says, "That was a good game, Cadence. I can't. I suppose conversation about Father Hastings bore some fruit." And he kind of looks over to where Hastings left a few minutes ago from talking with Nick.
Certainly seems that way. I think we can snag. Hold on. I'll switch over to Infernal for a quick second.
Yeah.
You think we could get that letter off Eisenhower in the shuffle?
In Infernal, he says, "I think if the opportunity presents itself, we should certainly attempt it. Be careful. I certainly don't want to make an enemy out of Eisenhower. We are friends currently. I don't want to change that.
Of course.
But I'm curious what dealings he has with the Archbishop."
It is intriguing. You think Hastings planted the bomb at the race?
He sets his cue stick down in the holder and says, "I would be quite surprised."
I was surprised to see him here too.
I wouldn't say that I would rule it out. It just would be. I would be quite surprised, but this city never ceases to surprise me, so
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't rule it out. Well, he sees Rami get up and start walking upstairs. He says, "I suppose we should keep on target there. We'll see you in a little bit." And he kind of steps off, and you and Marvel can have your game of billiards now as well.
And I'll very carefully pick my. Well, I will like run over to the cue sticks, and I'll stop. Like, oh, do you
I would be delighted.
like probably spend a little bit too much time trying to very carefully pick a cue. He has no idea what he's doing. He'll grab one, run over, and then just kind of stand there, not really knowing even how to rack up the balls.
Would you like me to rack them?
Yes.
Okay, I will rack them. Do you know the rules?
Little.
Good enough for me.
8 last.
That's most of it, yes. I'll give you a quick little rundown of the rules.
Perfect. You get a little tutorial. And then the two of you can make contested ability checks. You can use Int, Wisdom, or Dex. And you can apply Perception, Investigation, Sleight of Hand, or Gaming Kit Proficiency if you've got it.
Alright, I'll do investigation then.
Bad start.
Pretty good. It's gonna be a 24.
Yeah, 11.
Alright, you won the first one. Another round.
23.
25.
Alright, 1 and 1. You guys both have 3 balls sank so far. Does Marvel get like a quick knack for it?
24 again?
23.
So close.
Pardon me.
10.
Not one. This is just not my game.
All right, so you've won 3 checks and you've won 1.
Yeah.
You can start shooting for the 8-ball. It's a DC 18 check now.
At this point, he's just like, he really just starts to do like the whole like getting on the table
Yeah,
and
he's
like
super
try
low.
to like use the stick and just be like,
Yeah. Lining up your vectors.
which pocket should I try?
Oh, don't ask me when it's time to pick the one I know you can't hit.
Fair. Okay. Then I guess he'll just shoot for one of them. 9.
Accidentally put it into the wrong pocket. And Cadence for the second time tonight.
Oh, at least we're equally skilled at billiards then.
And with that, Cadence, you see that Rami is headed upstairs, and you kind of part off to go up in his direction. Meanwhile, as that game of billiards is going on, Patches, as you're down there playing slots, stepping up behind you are Basilico and Porco. Basilico says, "Do you want any yet?"
I not yet. My luck isn't too good right now.
Well, I haven't been too lucky either, says Porco. But here's my shot. And he puts a copper piece into one of these slot machines. Nope. Says, damn. I don't know why it's so addictive.
I know. I've already lost so much money.
Porco says, well, that's in keeping with the theme of the last 6 months or so.
Only a 1 emotional damage.
Wow, not that much. Basilico says, oh, come on, Porco, that's cold. He's here with the Dawn. You might only have a day left to live, and you're going to be that cruel to him.
Don't worry. I have some plans on how I can pay him back.
Well, yeah, you got the big plans there?
Just a little something coming up. I think it might get me on the good side.
Porco goes, that's awfully cryptic there, Patches. You know this is Don Vittorio we're talking about. He's not going to take to a plate of spaghetti or whatever you got in mind.
Oh, trust me on this one. I got some good plans. I've been really thinking long and hard about this one. You know, more than like 2 minutes like usual. At least like 5.
Porco shakes his head and says, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And he starts to step away, but Basilico sits down at the slot machine next to you. Says, nah, I'm sure you'll be fine, Patches. It's, the Dawn is, well, scary and dangerous and vindictive and unforgiving but you're charming. Yes, you found your way all the way here just by sheer force of charm. I'm sure you can dig your way out of that.
I mean, I don't see why not. I haven't been here for that long, so. I mean, you see where I got to, so.
All right, luck be a lady, and he pulls on the handle of the slot machine.
Speaking of luck being lady, don't you have
No
advantage on all those? Because it's luck checks.
Oh yeah, were those?
That's a very good point. I did not think
Yeah.
about
I think
that.
because I was like 100. So
Yeah, it's a very good point. Those are all, technically luck checks. So
He can spin more now!
More wheels!
you can roll 7d20 right now and see if any of them come up 20.
I'll do that. 8, 2, 6, 12, 19, 18, 15.
The dice never lie.
The wheel never
The
lies.
wheel never lies, I should say.
I mean, if I was rolling the D100, I would have gotten it. Obviously.
Totally, yeah, absolutely. That's just science. Marwa, was that a hand raise or you just...
Yeah, it's probably the last thing I'll do then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like after Cadence walks away, I'll just, with a really dumb, happy look on my face, I'll just kind of float back over to Bones.
I can show you.
Hey, Arnold, how's it going?
Really, really good.
You good? Is this too? I don't know how you do with big crowds like this. Are you good?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I suppose I've always sort of assumed that maybe you liked it quieter. But then you drive a loud car in front of a lot of people, so maybe I don't know where I got this from.
It's just hard to talk.
Fair.
It's exhausting.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, thankfully you don't have to talk too much here. It's mostly games.
Mm-hmm. I lost.
Which one did you play?
She points to the billiards.
Yeah. I've never been terribly good at it. I played a little bit.
It's the geometry.
True, it is geometry. I've heard that when skill does not suffice, your best opportunity is luck. The slots are very good for that.
Oh no, those are bad.
No, they're bad? What do you mean they're bad?
I could explain it, but it's
It can read it.
mechanical math.
Ah, I see. Very well.
The house.
Do you drink? No? Fair.
For special occasions.
That makes sense.
Is this not a special occasion?
No. This isn't a special occasion. This is a murder party.
We're never going to get invited back to this.
Murder party is totally a special occasion.
This is once in a lifetime. Were you ever invited to kill the Rat Kings?
Mariska, do I see correctly that you've gone up and grabbed a seat next to Mick Eisenhower? Or just finding a seat?
It was a seat
with
near
music.
the music. I didn't mean Mick Eisenhower specifically.
You kind of are left in a situation where if you want to stay close to the music, you're going to pick with either Solomon, Mick, or the Cremini family. So, you got a tough choice.
Okay, I've seen Cadence talk to Solomon, so I can sit with
Yeah,
Solomon.
stands to
That's
reason.
fine.
You grab a seat over next to Solomon.
Between the two of them.
Different table. It's not as close as it looks on the D&D grid. You look up at the stage as you pull up a seat. You see that this musician is up here, and she's just kind of like orchestrating, like almost like she's leading a symphony or whatever. The music instruments are just kind of all like playing.
Okay.
And Solomon regards you as you sit next to him and says, "I don't believe we've met. Pleasure making your acquaintance. Solomon Dimitri."
Marisko. Just Marisko. Marisko. Isko. Gotta say my name properly.
You, I believe you arrived with, you're one of the ones from the papers that, the Saviors of the Sinclair Cup, or whatever they called it.
Yeah, right place, right time. You know
Well.
how it is.
You have my gratitude as a denizen of Daybreak City. Epic heroism.
You're very welcome. I didn't do much. I'm here anyway, so.
Did your part. And he just kind of looks back up at the stage. So there's something, isn't it? I don't know if she's controlling them or if they're on their own or how that's all working. Not much for sussing out the magic.
I'm eavesdropping. Do I know the answer to that?
Give me an Arcana.
Music lore.
Yeah, I'm also eavesdropping.
Okay.
I don't know if I know the answer to that.
I don't
know if I really.
roll me like artificer's
I
twist
don't know
check.
if I really care that much.
Okay.
But I'll sure. I guess
Sure.
I'm curious now.
Could I roll Arcana?
Yeah.
23.
23, and you had music proficiency.
Music lore.
Which did you say I was rolling?
Artificer's tools.
25.
Okay.
14 if you count guitar, or
Yeah.
14 if you don't count guitar, 19 if you do.
Okay, sweet. I'll count guitar, sure. On a 19 music instrument check, you kind of figure it could be either one. These might just be the kind of magical equivalent of a player piano where they're just set to play songs on their own. Or she might be like interacting with them in some way, like playing them with a magic wand or something. You're kind of unsure what exactly is going on here. Could be any of those. You watch the way they play, and you actually don't think that they are magic items at all. You and Bones arrive at the same conclusion here as you watch them play. They're like, the instruments are using a little bit more like artistry and improvisation than you would expect for like a programmed instrument or something. Both of you suspect that these are like awakened instruments. That they're like sentient living instruments.
Love that.
And that she's just kind of literally orchestrating intelligent instruments to play music. As you're watching all that and sitting here with Solomon, Rami heads upstairs. Cadence, you kind of follow him up there. He sits not at the poker table with Ghost and Olga and Nancy and Cornelius, but just across at a separate table, starts playing blackjack by himself against a dealer here. Cadence, what do? Do you just find a seat? Do you?
Boy, that's a great question because I don't want to gamble. There is a couch. Yeah, I'll nod. Do I recognize Nancy now that I'm up here? I doubt it, but...
give me a history check applied to Dexterity, or you all certainly do, actually. Or perception's also fine.
8.
Yeah, you do, on an 8.
Okay.
She is the CEO of Samuel's Ether Tech, or Samuel's Ether Transmission, which is like, they own the power grids of Daybreak City. You're absolutely aware of her existence.
Gotcha. Is the couch close to a window at all?
Yes, there's a window. You can see that like dotted bar back there. That's a window behind it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just come up and just
Okay.
sit on the couch.
Give me your choice of stealth or deception to try to play it cool, like you didn't truly just follow Rami straight up the stairs.
26.
Ooh, nice, hell yeah. Yeah, you don't follow him too immediately, you give it a second to kind of play it cool. Kind of maybe deliberately make it like you came up here to check on somebody else that you're with or whatever.
I'm just trying to see if he's signaling anybody. I know we're waiting for him to start this shindig off.
Roll me investigation or insight.
8 insight.
Ooh, geez, so low. Yeah, you don't see him make any obvious move to start anything or any obvious outward indication of what's going on here.
Okay, cool.
Ghost, I think you're still kind of playing your poker game at the moment, unless you have anything to do as Rami enters.
Not really. I just keep playing. I'm largely keeping an eye on just if anybody breaks through the windows or comes up here, if they're going to attack somewhere, the high rollers seem like prime targets.
Stands to reason. And to none of your surprise, though to the surprise of many other people in this room, you watch on the 8 insight check, noticing it just maybe a little bit too late. Rami, as he comes up in here, sits down at the blackjack table and seems to be almost not even paying that much attention to the blackjack and just keeps checking his watch. He keeps looking at his watch over and over, and you realize it too late because by the time you realize that he looks at his watch and the clock strikes 9 p.m. And then there is from out front of this place the screeching of tires and kind of a crunching and crashing sound as an automobile has run into something.
Not the rental.
And meanwhile, you hear gunshots coming from downstairs. Those two of you that are upstairs. As downstairs, you guys all hear kind of a loud scream from somewhere behind the stage, up in sort of the dark area, and doors being flung open and guns being fired. And we are going to roll initiative. Okay. For our first round, we're going to step away while we roll initiative. We'll come back and tell you what we rolled. We'll be back in just a moment. Into this rousing combat, finally, 3 episodes deep. Real quick, let's go through initiative. Bones, your initiative.
17.
Patches.
16.
Marisco.
7.
Cadence.
12.
Marble.
9.
Ghost.
8.
Boss. Not here. But he'll join us next time if we don't finish this fight. As you hear gunshots coming from around the corner behind the stage, the music stops right away. And doors are thrown open. As meanwhile, out front, you hear the sound of screeching wheels and cars pulling up out front, doors opening and slamming. And guns are fired down the hallway out onto the music stage. You see the piano takes a couple of bullets and like slides backwards on his piano legs towards the wall. The drums sort of cower down a little bit lower. And coming around the corner comes this... Sorry, audience, I didn't push my button that whole time. Coming around the corner, you see this mole man in a nice blue suit and a red tie with a big cigar in his lips, accompanied by just a variety of other Rat King's gangsters, mostly like rat people and kobolds and some lizard folk, some humans amongst them as well, some Thrycreen. As they are running in, all carrying guns and such, down in the southeast corner of the room, Rosie Malone and Deadeye also stand up and start to pull weapons out down by the slot machines. And upstairs, as you guys see all of this happen, or hear all this happening downstairs, you see Rami Asher looking at his watch and slowly puts his hand down into his pocket. The first to react to all of this is Bones. You see people rushing onto this stage.
Oh boy. I sure wish I had that grenade still.
I'm so glad you don't have that grenade still, so the rest of your party is participating in this fight.
Imagine.
As they come around this corner, you look up at the stage where all these gangsters are, and you see, like... roll me an investigation check, actually.
23.
On a 23, you see that there look like there are like 10 or 12 gangsters rushing through, but on a 23, you see that some of them are like flickering and flitting like they are illusory, as if there are like illusionary gangsters here that seem to be swirling in sort of a... weird kind of vortex pattern and moving kind of unnaturally around this middle guy, the mole guy, Tulsa. Mechanically, just so you're aware, these illusions are going to pose disadvantage on any attack rolls within an aura around him.
Got it. Understood.
So recognizing what was happening in advance was the result of your investigation check, otherwise that would have been revealed when you went to attack.
Okay. That is fine by me. You said it's just an item interaction to get it out of your
you
bag?
can literally just like reach into like the collar of the shirt in his backpack's back and you just pull it out.
Alright, mindful.
I pressed the button the whole time.
Will go ahead and use an item interaction to pull out the rifle. I kind of just like kick the chair back. It's way too small to use for cover or anything like that. But I'm going to wheel the rifle kind of right past Solomon. And aim it at the guy in the middle of the swirling vortex of illusions.
Okay.
And rather than take an attack roll, I reach up momentarily to a clockwork pendant. I just run my thumb past it real quick. There is a quick flip of magic, and I get a 10 plus the attack roll for an 18.
Hell yeah. An 18 is going to be a hit.
Thank Christ. I assume he's humanoid?
He is humanoid, yes.
Love to hear it. He's plus 6. 16 total points of damage.
16 points of damage, damn.
And then I'm going to... Are those pillars to the north leading up to the pool area?
Yes, those are floor-to-ceiling pillars that sort of section off that portion of the area.
Wonderful.
It's sort of like a slightly raised platform.
You know what, actually there's pillars behind me as well. I'm going to use my movement to get behind the pillar on the other side of the pork out of there.
Around there, so
To the east,
I
yeah.
see it, yep. 10, 20, 25 feet each right over there.
Wonderful. I don't have a good bonus action yet, so that is going to be me.
Okay, outstanding. You level your rifle and take a shot at this central sort of Rat King's gangster who comes in surrounded by sort of underlings and goons, as we say. The bullet sort of pierces his shoulder. He flies backwards a little bit for a moment. Those illusions kind of flicker. That's the end of Bones' turn. Next up is Patches.
I'll go towards them.
All right.
Move down a little bit.
15 feet puts you right there.
He's switching sides.
As you see these other party goers who are also like screaming and yelling and trying to take some cover or just run out of this place.
So I'll reach in underneath my big overcoat
Yeah.
and pull out my Tommy gun.
Finally.
And
Cast the gun.
Cast gun.
I'll point it at which one? The small one.
Alright, that's Rosie Malone. She's this rat folk that's maybe like 4 feet tall or so, wearing a big fur-lined coat with huge fur over the neck and shoulders and a bowler cap.
Actually, I'll go for Deadeye.
Okay, Deadeye is this Shisk, this porcupine-looking guy with little round ears and an eye patch over one of his eyes.
All right, and then I'll take a shot at him.
All right, taking a shot at Deadeye. Go ahead, take your shot.
And of course, I have to do the say hello to my little friend. For 17.
17 will hit.
Uh, 3 damage.
3 points of damage. You send a bullet over that grazes the top of his raised shoulder of his suit, tearing part of it open and sending a little bit of blood splattering on the wall behind him. He cocks his head at you a little bit.
I'll just kind of give him like a shit-eating grin.
Hell yes.
And that's it.
All right, that brings us to one of these gangsters. Where were you? All right, one of these gangsters that has come around the corner here. For now, just stays up here on the stage, and the only person here who's taken any kind of action against them so far was Bones. So lowers a rifle of his own down in the direction of Bones. That is a natural 20.
Gross.
The first attack. Second attack is a 13 to hit. Alright, so 1 hit, but it is a crit. You take 14 points of piercing damage. As one bullet... yeah, that was a big shot. As one bullet scatters some of the plaster of the pillar next to you. The other one lands down near sort of your where your thigh and your hip meet, leaving you a wound you know is going to take some magic to deal with later. That's that one's turn. It is going to go ahead and keep them moving. Gets to right about here. Just for the sake of describing it here, I'm not going to actually engage 9 NPCs in this fight. There are some more bad guys here that some more of your NPCs are fighting. Rocky grabs a guy and slams his head down onto the bar. You see Solomon is casting a little bit of magic. Mick stands up and grabs a gangster by the skull with his big metal hand and just squeezes it until there's a crunch sound. Meanwhile, we move on to another one of these baddies. Going to jump down towards Marisco.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
As Solomon is casting a spell at another gangster that's coming towards you, and Mick is crushing the skull of one. A third one comes towards you, and is just putting brass knuckles on his fingers as he walks over.
Well, that's not great.
Oh, that's a 22 to hit. That's a very good roll.
That will hit, yeah.
That is going to be 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he crunches across your face with his brass knuckles. That's it for that guy's turn. Ow. Another one comes kind of running down here again, just kind of flooding into the room. Gets kind of positioned up here on this platform. And likewise, we'll go ahead and take a shot at Bones. That's a 12 to hit.
Miss.
And a 15 to hit.
Does the pillar give me +2?
Yeah, you got half cover.
Yeah, that's missed.
Alright, cool. A couple of more shots hit the plaster of this pillar that you've taken cover behind very wisely. All right. Upstairs, Cadence, you're seated on the couch up here. You hear shots being fired downstairs and people screaming. You see Rame put his hand into his pocket. You see him stop looking at his watch as this is happening. It is your turn.
Shit, does he look like he's getting up to do anything? Or
Give me an insight check.
21. Pardon me.
21.
Yeah, 21.
He pulls out, he looks at his watch, he hears the attack from downstairs, and you see him like stand up from his seat and sort of stretch his shoulders. He looks over his shoulder towards the window behind him.
Hate that. I'll stand up. It's a pretty bold move, Rami. You gonna bail on your own party?
His lip kind of curls. I'm sure they'll have no problem taking care of the rest of you.
I don't think there's gonna be any of them left when we're done here. And I'll pull my pistol on him.
All right.
Do you hold it sideways like a gangster?
Do you hold it like a gangster?
I do not hold
You
it
probably
like a
hold it
gangster.
properly because you're not.
I do. I'll use my bonus action to aim. And I'm
Okay.
gonna shoot this guy.
You have advantage from aiming.
23 to hit.
That will absolutely hit.
My sneak is 2d6. 15 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, 15 points of damage. You level your pistol at him, take a moment to carefully aim, and then just put a bullet through sort of the right side of his abdomen. He reels backwards. There's sort of a sound like the crunching of glass as it passes through his crystalline scales. Anything else on your turn? As bonus action, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna move. Actually, can I see where I am in the room?
I don't think you can move because you aimed, unless you have something.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, correct.
Okay, cool. If you had a question about something in the room, though.
No, I was about movement, so it doesn't matter.
Understood. You got it. That brings us next to Deadeye. As you take this shot at him, Patches, they say hello, my little friend. He stands up, straightens his tie, kind of steps a little bit in your direction, getting basically almost right up next to you. It says, "Say hello to mine." And he lifts up the eye patch,
Oh, no.
and underneath it, in his eye socket, is like a glowing blue crystal. And he is going to...
Look out, he's a badass.
The eye, as he lifts up the eye patch, begins to gleam blue-white and then shoots a ray of white magic in your direction. That's a nat 1 and will miss. It just shoots past you and over your shoulder and turns to frost on the wall behind you, kind of freezing next to you. That's it for him. Next up is Rosie Malone. Likewise, she stands up. She will use a bonus action to aim, to pulling a long, sort of pointed pistol out from underneath her coat, points it towards you, Patches, and makes her first attack with advantage. That is a 24 to hit. So that's really good damage. 15 points of piercing damage.
Guess who's down?
Are you actually down? All right. The first attack knocks you down. Rosie Malone then will turn her pistol in the direction of. It's gonna be, I guess,
Man.
Bones.
She's gonna get
She's
2 and
gonna
1.
get 2.
Yeah, she sure is.
That's crazy.
11 to hit.
Oh, thank Christ.
All right. She takes a couple of shots, one carefully aimed at Patches right in the belly, and he just slumps over onto his knees. And then the other at Bones, which misses.
Oh, so they got me.
That's what they got to me.
I love the narrative that Pat's just like, I've got something big planned, and then just dies immediately.
I didn't say what it was. I feel like dying is pretty big, so.
What did I do? Watch this.
This thug right here will come running around and sort of get on the other side of Morisco, kind of teaming up against him.
Leave him alone.
Because I have a visible weapon? Why are you being mean to me?
That is, I think, still going to miss. That's an 11 with
That'll
advantage.
miss. That'll miss.
All right, that's that one.
That'll miss even without my shield.
This one will run down in the direction of Marble. Again, I'm only kind of narrating the ones that are attacking you guys. Meanwhile, there are lots of other gangsters fighting lots of other people. But this one runs towards Marble.
It sucks. I don't have my armor on.
Isn't it an action for you?
It is. I haven't had a turn.
He hasn't had a turn
Yeah.
yet.
I see what you're saying now.
He just needs a 10. I have no modifiers to my armor.
16. So yes, that will hit. For 6 points of bludgeoning damage to Marble.
Not super bad, I guess.
All right, and now that brings us to Marble's turn.
All right. So in my mind's eye, I thought this was good. There was gonna be like 5 gangsters attacking us, and not like
Yeah.
a mob of them.
It's called a mob.
It is right.
A literal mob. So I guess I gotta get my armor out. So I'm gonna use my main action to. I'm going to armor up.
All right.
My armor looks a little bit different now. Instead of having like the really long bulbous glass helmet, it's really flat, and the entire suit is just overlapping sheets of metal. And then I'm going to use my bonus action, and I'm going to like kind of activate my engine. Some of the probably lights in your majors start to flicker as the engine gives off energy, and I'm going to grow to size large
Oh, nice.
as it expands and the overlapping sheets slide across each other and then lock into place as I become much bigger. The right glove hand is much larger than the other one.
Hell yeah.
And as I grow bigger, it also expands and the fingers shift into spikes, and then it falls to the ground and it is a spike on a chain.
Hey, nice.
Whoa, too big.
I thought it was like a crab, but you're like a crab with weapons.
The Morning Star Crab.
Morning Star crab.
Just large, please.
You didn't want to be gargantuan. Okay, there you go.
That was my action and my bonus action.
Hell yeah.
So,
You grow to an enormous size. You see a bunch of these gangsters like look over at you, a little intimidated.
and then I'm going to, as an item interaction, I'm going to like chin one of my various magic tinkering, and then this like booming voice like surrender. It just like booms out. It can be probably heard within 120 feet. I have it like pretty maxed out. That sound.
Yeah, it booms through this whole casino. Incredible. All right, upstairs. One thing I forgot to mention on your turn, Cadence. You turn and look at the window behind you, and out front, Walt Flannery and Rooster Clayton have gotten out of the car and are in a fist fight with a bunch more gangsters out front. They seem to be handling the out front ones, at least for now. As meanwhile, it comes to Rami Osher's turn.
That didn't do any damage to him at all.
It did some. He turns, kind of cracks his shoulders a little bit, and says, "Yeah, I think you said that there won't be any left." And he kind of shrugs and says, "No, I'll take my chances." And then you watch him sort of begin to flex his muscles. You watch the buttons of his pinstripe suit start to pop off as he's growing larger and larger. You watch his hands extend down to the ground, one and then another. As he grows, his suit ripping away to his true size, revealing himself to, in fact, be a
Pixie dragon.
dragon.
No, who could have foreseen?
Who could have foreseen such a
Are
thing?
you sure he's not a pseudo dragon and he's like
She's
the
not
size of a
Grandmaster.
The people in the room even look pretty shocked at this. In order to even accommodate the growth in size, you see the window next to him splinter and then shatter outwards, glass spilling everywhere. As he reaches down with like his claw and scoops up his like torn off gear, his clothes and such, and says, "Enjoy yourselves," and crawls out the window and takes a dash action. And starts to fly
I thought you were going to say
away.
he was going to pick up his poker chips, and I was like, that's bold.
I'll be back to cash out later.
Did I at least shoot off a scale for Tommy?
Yeah, you see there's some scales
Thank
scattered on the
God.
ground, absolutely, for sure. That brings us to
Tommy.
Ghost.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, that sucks a lot, by the way.
Can I for free just get a read on Olga? Did she have any idea?
Give me an insight check.
22.
Cool.
She seems genuinely surprised. Her eyes are wide open, and she actually like, kind of cowers a little bit.
Okay.
Did not
In
was not
her
aware.
head, in her head alone, I'm going to say we're going to have to rediscuss the matter of payment on this. And I'm going to move to the window. How far has Rami gotten?
Let's see here. He has a fly speed of 80 feet, so he's gotten 160 feet away. You see that he like kind of climbed out of the window, crawled up onto the roof, and has now flown off, sort of to the southwest.
He was
About
able to transform and dash.
yes, the transforming is a bonus action. So yes.
Damn. Okay. Fuck.
So you look out the window and you actually like can't even see him because he's gone like up over the building and off to the other side of it.
In that case, I guess I will unfortunately use my action to start to move down towards the stairs.
All right.
I'll have to dash. And I'm just gonna kind of like, I'm not gonna go down the stairs, but I don't know how the banister on these stairs works, but just, I want to make sure that I'm still getting cover so I'm not getting shot.
Yeah, totally.
But I want to like see what's going on and be able to like rush down their stern.
Understood. Yep, you kind of stay at the top of the stairs, but
Yeah.
keep yourself under some cover in an advantageous position for your next turn. All right. That brings us then to Morisco's turn.
Cool. See how all this stuff interacts, but so item interaction, I'd like to reach into my bag of holding and pull out basically it's a cast iron wok
Right.
that he kind of holds with one handle like this as like a shield on one arm.
Hell yeah.
I guess it'd be this arm.
Right.
Draw his rapier with the other. I am on the wrong tab again. I hate this. I need a better setup. But anyway, pulls that out. Looks around the room. Are they just going for whoever? Or do
Yeah,
they
they seem to
okay.
just be wantonly killing whoever they see.
All right. So how does multiple spells on a turn work?
Basically, you just can't do it.
You just can't
The
do it.
rules are simplified in ZE,
Okay.
which is one spell a turn,
Not
essentially.
even can't.
With the exception of reactions. And yes, not including cantrips. One, like, leveled spell per turn, except you can still do reactions.
Okay. So what if I wanted to do a leveled spell, a cantrip, and a reaction?
Fine. Approved. Good.
Okay, cool. Bonus action, I would like to cast Shield of Faith. The shield starts glowing golden white, and then a spectral form of it kind of floats over in front of Bones.
All right.
But it's a meal that Bones really likes.
Oh, what a good question. Right now, a warm pretzel sounds
Warm
great.
pretzel?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretzel.
The smell of warm pretzel kind of envelops you and you feel a little bit
Love that.
comforted,
yes.
a little bit safe.
Excellent.
So that's Shield of Faith. Then I'd like to cast Booming Blade on the Rat King in front of me.
Okay.
Take a stab at him.
Love it.
My real dice have been terrible, so I'm going to use Foundry dice. 14.
A 14 will hit.
Cool. Alright. 9 points of piercing damage.
9 points of piercing damage.
I don't think he takes any damage from Booming Blade, but if he moves, he will.
Yes, if he moves, he will take some damage. Yep.
I think level 5 is when they start taking
Okay. And then could I also react to put a smite on that
Absolutely,
as well?
yep.
Okay. Which is another D8
It's 2d8
2d8.
normal day for smite. Yep.
Okay. For 12 more
12
radiant
more points of
damage.
damage. Incredible. You. Is this with your rapier or with the walk also? Are you like hitting this guy with the walk?
That's fun, but I don't know what the damage dice for that would be.
Is that your shield, right?
It's my shield, yeah.
Oh, I see.
I'm
Okay,
using
got
the
it.
walk as a shield and the rapier
Okay.
as the actual weapon.
Yeah, so you get your rapier out and just give this guy a couple really solid jabs in the
Jabs.
belly.
Yep.
There's a flash of sort of blue-white light
Yep.
that surrounds him. His blood pours down the front of his suit. He's looking bad, looking real beat up from that.
I don't think I've mentioned it, but I think Marisko's eyes also turn that blue-white whenever he casts anything.
Yeah.
Even if for a brief moment, that
Yeah.
flash of sorcerer's
Kind of a
energy.
flash of blue-green,
Yeah.
bluish greenish white across your eyes and across this guy, your sword.
Yeah, I
As
think
he
I said
stabs
the
him.
shield was gold, but it probably is also that bluish, greenish, white. All of it is. So.
Makes sense.
Yep.
All right, cool. That's your action. Bonus action. Do you want to move or you stay there?
I will take opportunity.
You say you're surrounded by a couple of guys, so.
Yeah, I'll stay right here.
All right.
I don't like it, but I'll stay here.
That brings us to Tulso. This mole fella. He looks down in the direction of Marble, who's just grown to this huge size. Kind of looks a little bit aback at that. First, he's going to step a little closer so that he can be amongst his fellas here. You see that as they ran away from him, a bunch of illusory ones disappeared, and as he steps down amongst them, a bunch more illusory ones appear all around him. It's clear that he's surrounded by illusory guys that are making him and his friends hard to attack. And then he looks towards Marble, and you see that he reaches into his pocket and pulls out some sort of spellcasting focus, a little glass orb of some kind. Go ahead, Cadence, if you have something.
Sorry, are the dealers reacting at all?
Like everybody else there, sort of
Okay,
running.
so they're
taking cover, getting under the tables.
I know there was question whether they were mage.
Yeah,
or
they seem to
Dusor,
fear
but-
for their lives.
Okay, understood.
Yes. And he reaches the spellcasting focus. He begins to cast a spell. And Marble, I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm not very good at those. 4.
Well, he maybe can't do it.
No, I'm not good at those at all.
Let me make sure the spell hasn't changed really quick. Check my ZE. That's an intelligence saving throw, not wisdom.
Oh.
What would that be as end?
9.
9? Okay. That's still a failure, but it pulls you out of critical fail threshold, so that is good. You are charmed, as long as he maintains his concentration. As you cast this spell, you see a sort of barbed wire ring appears around your head, inside of your sort of domed helmet, as he casts Crown of Madness on you. Alright, cool. That's all that happens for now. That'll affect you on your turn. That is his action. He does not have a bonus action to do. That is all for his turn. This last gangster, because I didn't really rebalance this fight for the fact that Seth is not here, runs down and starts fighting his boss, who will handle this one. And that brings us to the top of the round, back to Bones.
Okay. Someone has to pick Patches up. It would take me 2 full actions to pick him up.
Defibrillator, but
I think I will do the best kind of healing and shoot. I'm just trying to decide who.
Marble says you should shoot him.
I'm
no.
going to shoot Marble, yeah.
I think he says you should shoot the guy that's concentrating on it.
I still have a clear line, so I'm going to go into Baxadash down towards the stairs.
Alright.
Oh, there's the stairs.
As I get halfway up the stairs, I will turn and fire a shot at. It's still disadvantage on him, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, no, do it.
I thought it was if you were so close to him.
What's that? It's
It's
him and
shadow
anyone close to him.
Oh,
Disadvantage on
okay.
attacking those people.
Gotcha. It's not if you're close to him. You have
No.
disadvantage.
It's he's surrounded by illusions that impose disadvantage on attacks in his aura. Sorry,
Is Ghost saying don't do it? Or is that just Drake saying don't
No,
do it?
this is, what I'm saying is, get to the stairs. I'll fix you.
You'll fix me.
Let me have a turn.
Okay.
What I'm saying is shoot near me.
Okay, I understand. Is Ghost
because
saying
it's
that?
shadow.
Yeah.
Okay. If Ghost is at the top of the stairs and it looks like Ghost is like running towards me, then I will ready an action to shoot once Ghost is here.
I'm good.
He's
Once
here.
you're at the stairs, you're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm halfway up the stairs when I do this.
I think you guys are doing the same thing already.
Okay.
So-
Perfect. Wonderful. Yeah. That's great because I need to continue running after this shot. So once I get about halfway up the stairs, I turn and I shoot.
Who do you shoot?
I'm going to do it at. Oh man, disadvantage is so bad for me.
Easier to get.
Shadow projectile.
I don't know if I'll go ahead and shoot at him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess. Shadow projectile.
All right,
Oh,
let's
bless
see. Bones, as you level your rifle down in the direction of Tulso, there's a bright little blue butterfly that flitters off the end of it towards the sky. He needs to make what, an int save?
Yep. DC 14.
Ooh, that's a nat 20. I'm so sorry. 25 total. But it still takes half damage.
No, I think it's
Is it save or sack? Oh, okay. Bones, continue with your attack. It is still at disadvantage, unfortunately. 11. 11? Misses, unfortunately.
Damn.
The bullet ricochets off of what appears to be some sort of magic armor.
Damn. Look at
You
this.
didn't miss, it just bounced.
Right. Unfortunately, I believe that's...
I will use the rest of my movement to run the rest of the way up and not
Should.
take a shot.
Alright.
I want to be as behind full cover as possible.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of get
I don't want to be an eligible target.
You come upstairs to find the window and parts of the wall shattered off. A few white scales, / crystal scales sitting on the carpet, and Rami nowhere to be seen. Next up is Patches. You begin your turn down, which means you take a level of exhaustion immediately, and then I need you to make a death saving throw. You suffer a -1 penalty to every d20 you roll, including this one.
So 17.
So that's still a success. Mark yourself down for 1 success. That brings us to one of these gangsters in here. Sees Marble and turns towards Marble in his big stupid suit. Not stupid, but scary. And is going to take a couple shots at Marble with this pistol that he's carrying. That's a 13
Miss.
and a 12.
Miss.
He levels this pistol towards you, and both bullets just blink, blink off of your heavy mech suit. That's it for that one. He's going to pack up a little bit. Doesn't feel super great about your existence.
Cool. As he moves 15 feet away from me, it's my reaction to swing my mace at him.
Oh,
'Cause I have a
shit,
reach
you got
of
a 15 feet range?
Mhm.
Good God. Okay, yeah, take your swing.
Okay.
That reach is bonkers.
23 to hit.
That will absolutely hit.
All right, and then I'm also going to. So actually, what's going to happen is it's going to go past him, and then then I'm going to reel it back in, and I'm going to pull him 10 feet closer to me.
Incredible.
As he takes. It's not very good damage. 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
6 points of bludgeoning damage as you.
And I pull him 10 feet closer from when he moved. So he should be 5 feet.
So
from
he was
me.
right here, and then you pull him 10 feet back. It's right there. And
So I wanted this. So like whenever someone leaves your range and you attack them, does that count as when they were in the space that at the edge of your range or right outside of
I
it?
guess it would happen before he actually got out. So he ends up right next to you.
Yeah.
And then we'll use 10 while he moves to try and get further away, but it doesn't get nearly as far now. Alright. That's that guy's turn. I believe this is one of the ones fighting with Marisco up here. Yeah, this is one badly injured. A couple of stab wounds in his belly.
Oh, I'm large, so he should take an additional D4.
Yes.
If it says
I'm
that,
enlarged to large.
Is it like the enlarged spell? Unless your armor says you do an extra D4, that's not just like a flat thing that happens when you're large in 5e.
Let me look.
I think that's specific, I think, to the enlarged spell.
Right.
In the meantime, while you're looking that up, this guy makes an attack on Marisco with pack tactics because he has his friend behind you. That's going to be...
No, it doesn't say you do.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
20 to hit. Not a natural and dirty 20.
Yeah, it'll hit.
5 points of bludgeoning damage as he drops his gun down. Oh no, this guy's the brass knuckles. He's just wailing on you with brass knuckles. Next up.
Boy, not the face. I need that.
He ain't gonna need it much longer, pal. Gangster back here will take a shot of marble. This is almost certainly still a miss. 16?
Miss.
Bullets just plinking off of Marble's armor. Alright, that brings us now to Cadence. You see Bones run up the stairs, shot in his kind of side.
Well, that's no good. 30 feet of movement. I'll start making my way down the stairs.
15 gets you to the top of the stairs. And another 15 down the stairs gets you about like kind of halfway down the stairs, right about there.
Is that... There's no way. That's not within 30 feet of Tulsa, is it? Tulsa?
I don't think so. I think you're looking at probably 40. Let me measure.
I don't think so as well.
45.
Okay. Is there enough of a banister that I could try to cunning action hide here?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, I'll try
Yeah,
it.
stealth check.
15.
Okay, cool. You feel it.
And then I will, pardon me, I'm sorry, try to shoot at the Rat King's gangster that just tried to run away from Marble.
Okay, got it. Take a shot. Let me check here. Yes, just by one. His passive perception is 14, so you do have advantage.
Nat 20.
Gross.
Yeah.
Uh, 17 piercing damage.
You put the bullet just square through this one's eyes, and it dropped to the ground, a corpse. There's your bonus action movement.
That's it, yeah.
Alright. That brings us to Deadeye. Deadeye will, seeing a little bit of resistance starting to form in this room, and seeing that, seeing this giant, terrible marble appearing in the middle of the room.
I haven't done one. Well, okay, that's not true. I did one thing.
Is going to cast a spell and casts Mirror Image on himself. You see some illusory, sort of shimmery blue dead eyes emerge from his eye, kind of grow and start swirling all around him. That is his action. That brings us to Rosie Malone. What does she want to do? She sees 4 bullets plink off of Marble's armor, shakes her head, and says, fucking useless, gotta do everything myself around here. It's gonna take a shot.
This is why I'm here.
She's first going to aim to give her first attack advantage. 20, dirty 20?
That'll hit.
Okay. Had to get there eventually. 16 points of piercing damage.
I'll take 2 less of that because of my...
Yep, correct. So that brings it to 14. As finally one of these bullets finds a little purchase in the glass of your helmet and
I am
pierces
bloody.
through. Alright. Second attack does not have advantage. Is much worse. 9 to hit, which certainly misses. But she finds a little bit of purchase to hit you. That's Rosie Malone. Other thug up here fighting Morisco. We'll keep trying to fight Morisco. Still got advantage from pack tactics. That's going to be 17 to hit.
Well, yeah.
Alrighty. That's 4 points of bludgeoning damage. As this one pulls out a baseball bat and hits you in the back of the head with it. This guy down on the ground. was just going to try to take a swing at Morisco. Kind of like a billy club that it looks like he stole from a cop, probably. That's a big old miss. 6 to hit. And that brings us to Marvel. Let's see, how does Crown of Madness work?
I assume not well for me.
He has to take his first action to swing at somebody.
Yep. Looks like the only unfriendly in range is going to be Maurice.
I mean, there's also the dealers and all the gangsters.
Yeah, but again, I'm treating this as a combat between you guys and these guys because there's a bunch of NPCs fighting a bunch of other baddies in the background. So go ahead and make your attack against Morisco, please. It just has to be a melee attack. It doesn't
Does a
specify.
14 hit?
No.
All right, there you go. Your giant flail slams into the woodwork beneath Morisco. All right. Then you can move and take a bonus action if you wish to. It just controls your action.
And this is an ongoing effect that still affects me?
He's concentrating. I'm going to see if you get a resave.
You get a save at the end of your turn's
Yep.
wisdom.
It's going to be a new intelligence saving throw.
I haven't ended my turn just yet.
Oh yeah, after your bonus action and your movement, then you get it save.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do before I don't think I have any bonus action spells. Or
Move somewhere where you're not within 15 feet of anyone.
I could, but if I move, I'm gonna get. I guess it's just this game. The gangster next to me. What is he been hitting me with?
He is trying to hit you with a billy club that he stole from a cop. I don't know why I'm giving you that backstory.
It's very
One
obvious.
specific thing.
All. I want to succeed. If I move near Patches, is there a chance I would hit him since he's already down?
No, it would be like a conscious creature, I would
Okay.
say. Or I'll put it this way, just for future rulings, an enemy could make you use Crown of Madness to hit an unconscious creature. This guy, you would guess, is going to make you hit somebody that's conscious. But I guess, even though we're kind of narratively saying it's just you guys, this guy's not going to use the spell to make you hit someone who's already unconscious.
Yeah.
He's going to have you hit
I'm
a
gonna-
combatant.
Move up next to Patches.
Alright.
And one more up that I don't want to be next to dead. Well, he's been used a range spell, didn't he?
He did, yes.
I'll stay next to him then.
Okay. And then
Arrow over there.
you will take one opportunity attack here.
Yeah.
That's a 17, which
Miss.
misses. Yep. All right.
Only because I took heavy armor.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, and then is Fear the Dying a bonus action? Or is it an action?
It's an action, so I can't do it.
Got it. And then do you have a bonus action, or is that a...
I don't have a bonus action, so I'm going to do the.
All right.
See if I save.
A new intelligence save.
Does a 14 save?
That is, I think, the DC. Let me double check.
If not, I have resistance I can cast on myself.
You're good. That saves. You're good.
Okay, cool. So I keep my.
Yep. So you're no longer under control of Pulso.
Yeah, I'm not looking so hot though. I have 7 health. So.
All right. Rami Asher is long gone. Somewhere outside, you hear screams from out in the streets as people see a fucking dragon flying over the city. Ghost.
Yeah, this sucks. I can't see that Patches is dying.
Yeah, this is news. That would be news to you.
There are very few people that are actually in range for me. So I'm going to come down right next to Cadence. Can I tell, is Thulso attacking people? Can I tell that he's part of the Rat Kings?
Yes, absolutely. He certainly appears to be for the Rat Kings. If nothing else, you can see that he's surrounded by an illusory swarm of Rat Kings gangsters. So,
Okay. In that case, I am gonna try and cast a spell on him.
alrighty. Does he do a save?
Yes, he is going to need a I believe an intelligence saving throw, DC 14.
Alrighty. He adds 5 to this. I'll roll it in front of the board. That's a natural 2 for a total of 7. That's
Thank
a
God.
critical fail. That's a crit fail.
Ghost pulls out a little silver bell, rings it, and some light erupts from the staff, and I'm going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Oh, rusty.
And I think also is going to see a. I out of the like floor are gonna come some like essentially enchanted chains, and I'm gonna try and use the Phantasmal Force essentially just to restrain him.
Hell yeah, love it.
Just to make him feel like he's bound.
I like it. And remind me, I don't have this spell in front of me. Does I do anything right now, or is that on his turn thing?
Essentially, you craft an illusion that takes root in the mind of one creature that you can see within range, and they essentially just treat the phenomenon as real.
Hell yeah. I like it.
Until the spell ends, essentially. It can do damage. I'm going to choose, if I can, to just have it like restrain him instead of do damage.
Yeah, I'll take it. I like it. All right. There's a chance that I would potentially just apply grappled if he had just failed, but he crit failed his saving throw, so I'll definitely let you get restrained out of it.
Sick.
All right. That's the. Oh, you have anything else?
How high are the banisters on this staircase?
Not exceptionally high, maybe 4 feet or something.
Okay. Are they like thick pillars or
fairly thick? Yeah, it's a gaudy, fancy place.
Okay, I'm gonna like just crouch down behind it just to make sure that I have a little bit covered.
Yeah, give you a little like quarter cover behind that.
Cool.
I like it, or half cover, I think it is. All right, brings us then to Marisco.
Cool. Seems we've bitten off more than we can chew. I'm going to cast Healing Word on Patches.
All right,
Patches in your like your state as you're coming to, you get this whiff of meatball for just a half second. That's enough to get you up.
Incredible.
And then Healing Word's what?
A D4 plus whatever your spellcasting modifier is. Nice.
Yeah. Get 7 health back.
7 hit points back.
That's a big deal.
Thank God somebody could get you up.
I would have done it last turn, but I didn't realize you were down. I'm very smart. Okay, cool.
I was going to do it next turn.
You don't get to your action, or did you? Oh, you won that. Yeah, no,
But no,
Either way.
I was saying that was just no one could do it.
well, it'd be you get another turn down that way.
Yeah,
so
no,
that's fine.
It's better that you.
Now let's booming blade this guy again. I'm just
All
gonna try to. I want him dead.
Why is
punching you in the
fucking
face.
badass?
His fiance trained him in combat.
Yeah, she trained me in combat. These are
Very
things.
protective.
Definitely.
I'm gonna use Favored by the Gods. That sucked.
Okay.
Is it bad?
It's bad. Does a 7 hit?
7, unfortunately, is not going to hit.
I was so mad about that.
But you take this strike towards this guy, and he's ready for it this time. Just kind of moves his torso out of the way. Maybe try to keep his feet planted for the booming blade from last time.
Okay. I don't like being in between the 3 of these guys here. I'm going to take an opportunity attack, but I'm going to swing around so I'm on the other side of Kermini. Or above where Kermini's at. I'll take
Right
one.
there?
Yeah.
Yep. We'll just take 1 opportunity attack. That's probably going to hit, though. It's a 19.
A 19. Would hit, but I'm going to use my reaction since I didn't cast Shield.
Okay. Throw up the shield of blue-green magic that deflects the strike.
I'm not going to have spells anymore.
That's fine. These things happen.
Yep.
All right. That's your movement, action, bonus action, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's everything.
All right. That is it for your turn. Tulso is restrained by Phantasmal Force. You see him, like, even though his hands are not attached to anything, you see him, like, jerking his hands up like they're chained to the floor or something, looking around kind of in a panic. He will use a bonus action to cast a spell that does not have any somatic components, so he can still do it even though he's restrained. And not that he knows this, but this isn't really even going to help him. He reaches down for a spellcasting focus, like attempting to pull it up to his hand. Seeing that he can't get it to him, he just switches to a different spell. He casts Misty Step in an attempt to Misty Step and get out of these chains.
goes 10, 20, 30 to over here, and then reappears still covered in chains, having been unable to.
I'm gonna fuck myself here. Phantasmal Force is technically stationary.
Oh, it's an area. It's not on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a 10-foot square area, and they essentially treat that illusion as real.
Okay, understood. So yeah, he sees a writhing mass of chains that he has successfully Misty stepped his way out of. I appreciate your honesty. That's his bonus action. He doesn't have an action that isn't a full spell. He's not going to try to do anything stupid here. Yeah, all of his cantrips are like non-combat stuff, so I think that's it for his turn. He just Misty steps out of that spell. That brings us to a gangster that is busy down in the south fighting with Boss. We'll find out what's happening with them next time. And speaking of next time, that's the end of this round of combat. It's getting a little bit late for us here, so I think we're going to call tonight here. We'll pick up at this spot next time around. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Thank you.